Check 1, 2. There we go.
When you visualise it, how's that working? You rotate it. Those switches will just determine us. You're not doing it all at once. You're picking the center of the
I'd say first 20 days is the standards.
One we should be starting.
Yeah, for sure.
It's quite funny seeing what people like playing. Xenon's got no one. Terminator's got like 8 people.
I know!
Dialed in.
People have been playing Terminator.
Also, no one queued for Terminator earlier.
No change. It's hard to get someone to get to work. I figured if it's the same for everyone.
So we're setting up the seminar in that room now. We're starting to head in there with Joel. And we welcome everyone to come in and have a bit of a chat. And then we'll do a slideshow of customers, screen, and pictures and things like that. So we're heading into the function room right now. I will be down and Paul will be down and thank you.
Jason Williams!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Melbourne Silverball League's Twitch stream, where we are here today live at the Sandbelt Hotel, where we have the Flipout 2018 tournaments currently underway. Today is qualifying, and then we will be having some pretty extreme games. We've got 4 games rigged up with the cameras here for you tonight, and we'll be taking a look at all of them, and we'll hopefully see some good play. This room has been absolutely amazing, and the Sandbelt Hotel has been a really good spot for everyone, and it's just been a really fun event so far. The tournament's gone really smoothly using new software, and we've been just having a great time here today. Can I get a shout out to the chat and let me know if the audio is coming through? But we will kick straight on ahead with a couple of games of Dialed In. So coming up next, Dialed In, and currently I think we have Stu. So Stu is a local, and he is currently on his second ball. So let's jump in and see what he's up to, and let's try and get a grasp on this game. So just kind of looking at what he's got going on here, he's in one of the modes, and he has just gotten a Big Bang. Now Big Bang is lit by hitting the Big Bang target by the left flipper, which is just behind where that the electrician has just moved in the way off. So you see Big Bang flashing nice and green there. You hit that a few times, the Big Bang target will light up at the back. You hit that, it will finish the mode you're in and give you 50,000 points. Stu keeping some excellent control here. Oh, and just going out of the left lanes, but lovely keeping cool, not even giving a little wiggle. These machines are set up tough today. We spent a lot of time this morning just trying to make sure they were all working to begin with, and then we spent a bit of time trying to make sure that they were tough and that we weren't going to be sitting around waiting for really long games for too long. Stu's just finished up his third ball there, and we're now going to just wait and see for who's coming up next. So this has been an absolutely amazing event, and so far we'd like to thank Mr. Pinball for helping this event happen. All of these machines were his, except for one, which was a replacement, which we thank our friend Scooter for giving us the Guardians of the Galaxy, which is not cambered up, but it had to replace a machine earlier in the tournament, which was just having some problems. Old EMs, that's what you get. Alright, Peppers07, thank you for all the bits, that's really appreciated. I'll let Martin know. Martin is currently not on microphone. He's out and about, and he is making sure that he gets the correct scores to the correct people. So we'll head back to Dialed In at the moment. We've just started on a new game here, so let's take a look who's currently playing. Now, right now we have Simon Peel on Dialed In, and he's on his first ball. I think he's trying to start a mode by hitting. You first got to hit the electrician, and then try and get in the mode hole, which is underneath that flashing green cell phone that's on the playfield there. Right, and he misses, goes up the left ramp, which is actually the the right orbit is actually the right ramp. So once again, missing that mode start shot. Trying to get into that flashing phone. And again, it is a beast of a shot sometimes. Giving it a little bit of a nudge, warning. Now, a little tidbit about Dialed In is that the tilt warnings do not carry over from ball to ball. So they do carry over from ball to ball. So that tilt warning is now in effect for the rest of his game. So on ball 1, he finishes out with a nice bonus, got some spider bonus in there, and sitting at a nice score of 7,400. You know, got a few things lit, would really kind of want to start the mode and maybe start up, get some of his locks via the left ramp from the right flipper up at the top right. Not currently lit. And he's playing really fast and furious right now. Maybe needs to slow down a bit, but you can't argue with, you know, he's keeping the ball alive. There's some really excellent control going on there. So Flipout 2018 is a Melbourne-based pinball festival, which was created by Mr. Pinball, I believe, and you can still come to the Melbourne Sandbelt Hotel and check it out if you wanted to. It's running all weekend. It's running tonight and as well as tomorrow, Sunday. There is a Flip Frenzy that I'm not sure if there's still tickets available for. Howdy there, Alex Bandit. And we are hopefully going to have just a great time tonight. Going up through the left orbit there, all the way round from Crazy Bob's. Right, the right ramp often gives it back to your left flipper really nicely. You don't have to worry about too much coming from the right ramp. What it really is coming down the middle. If it doesn't quite make it into the theater, that's when you get those dangerous shots coming down between your flippers. That right ramp shot, which is also the right orbit, is quite tricky and tight sometimes, but still, you'd really want to get those modes started. So wanting to hit the electrician there, start a mode, and okay, we're in an acid rain mode. So to start another mode, needs to hit the electrician, already done. And then that is a lock for multi-ball. Multi-ball starts with a 2-ball multi-ball. You can get a 3-ball multi-ball if you manage to get a lock up the side ramp from the right flipper up the top. It's a very tricky shot, so some people don't even opt for it. It's very risky. Oh, sorry, Axel. Hey. Martin's finally sitting next to me. Axel, hello. From Martin. I don't know how well you can hear him. Going back to the game here, we have some beautiful flipper action. The electrician in the middle of the field, he moves from left to right when you hit him, but he doesn't, you have to let him move his entire length of his track. All of these games are playing fairly fair today, and just watching Simon on this, he's really got some control going on here, and he's got over the 100,000 mark, which on dialed in is quite hard. And easy, not losing his cool around the left lane. Oh, nice fast rebound off the ramps there. These games are playing quick and fast. Going for a combo up the right and left ramps, but doesn't quite make it. Crazy Bob doesn't quite make it either, with the left orbit going around the back and trying to get control between these flippers. Who's playing at the moment? It is Simon Peel. Simon is playing dialed in. Those treacherous left out lanes with no kickback lit. The kickback relight is set to difficult, so you have to really work for your kickbacks, which aren't, you know, we're not giving out any free points here today. So I should explain for those who don't know, I am David. I will be doing the commentary on the stream tonight because Martin is otherwise occupied in the tournament. So we end with a fairly good match score with over 100,000, which is nothing to scoff at. It's a very low scoring game, as in what you generally get. You're not going to get billions on this game. It's weighted very low. So in the thousands is usually everyone's basic score. So we're switching now to Xenon. Xenon is a solid state older game, and it is a beauty. There's lots of different strategies to try and there's lots of different ways to try and score, lots of different ways to try and get a high score. Depends on how well the kick out from the top left is killing. And we're just waiting for a player to rock on up. We're nearly ready to start. So everyone in the queue here today, waiting for their turns on the machines that they have selected. Trying to wrangle some people here and get their, make sure that they're on the machines they're supposed to be. So we are now having Greg G walk up to the machine, and Greg is going for the hard plunge, misses the top scoop. The top 3 green lights correspond to the top 4 green lights correspond to the drop targets on the right. So if you go over the white rollovers, which you can see just below the green lights at the top, that will count towards the corresponding drop target 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can really, if you can swipe all of them from a skill shot, you're already well on your way to get some nice bonus multipliers. It's a good way to kind of boost your score. It's very hard to control on Xenon. It's an older game. It has got some small flippers, which aren't the most powerful, and that flipper gap seems wide, but he probably could have saved that one coming out of the trough there. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. And let's see if he gets any of those drop targets. He does not from the top skill shot, misses the hole as well, and straight down the middle with no ball save on this area of game. That is actually done with ball 2, I believe. We now go on to the last ball, or was that ball 3? That might have been the end of Xenon. Yeah, that was ball 3. That was a brutal last ball coming straight down.
Tell Marto new kid is working flawlessly. It really is, Axel. Hello, Peppers.
So we'll switch over to another game while they're changing things. And up next, looks like it might be a good time to switch to, what do you reckon? To Attack from Mars, I believe, will be coming up next. And Attack from Mars Remake Premium. It is a beautiful machine, and look at that large DMD recolored back glass with all the animations redone. It is stunning. So I believe walking up to Attack from Mars now and doing the skill shot via the bumpers is Raphael, local member of the Melbourne. So Raph is a local member of the pinball community, very nice guy, and let's see if he can put up a nice high score. See what strategies he's bringing forward to Attack from Mars, which is a... Oh, is the mic too loud? Oh. So what was I saying? We're down with reasonably small false ball, but it's not the end of it until the end of it in this one, and the skill shot goes up by 10 million points by just blunting through the bumpers and getting a few bonus multipliers. So with his skill shot, he's actually just got another 20% on his score. So let's see what strategies got. Stroke of luck, that could give him almost anything. 50 million. This is in tournament mode at the moment. I push the mic a little bit further away from my face. Let me know if that's alright. So yes, this is the remake, and it is beautiful. It's got the large custom... It's not actually a DMD, but it replicates the animations very nicely. And with the colored speakers next to it, it just really gives this game an extra feel. You can see up on the score, you can see the color changing speakers as the game changes. Ooh, a nice capture coming out of a stroke of luck shot. And we're going to line up for... Looks like he's going for either the bashing on the main 3 targets in front of the saucer, or he is going for his lock shot, which is just to the left of the saucer. I believe he's going for the lock shot, which is quite difficult. Trapping up the ball there, and yes, going for the lock shot it seems. To light the lock, you need to shoot the shot once, all the way around the ramp so it can fall back down. And to lock the shot, you shoot it in there where it will hold it until you activate multi-ball. You've got to make it a really clean shot when you're trying to light the lock, because it will just roll back. It's very unforgiving. Nice little tip pass from that. Going up the right organ. I will turn down the microphone volume. I shall... Give me a second. Right, going back to Ralph's game. And he still can't light that lock. Getting another rollback from the, what would you call that, a ramp? Yeah, I think it's a ramp. The lock ramp. Up the middle lock ramp. Doesn't look like a ramp, but it does have to go up and around the rail in order for the lock to light. Ball save there, and we are over the 1 billion mark, which is a good milestone to hit, especially in the tournament. You want to be getting up into the billions. A couple of people have put up a 4 or 5 billion game earlier. See what Stroke of Luck does. Another 50 million. That might be due to the fact that it is set to tournament mode. We'll have to just keep an eye on it and see what else ever comes out of Stroke of Luck. Perhaps it's only giving out 50 mils. And a rough drain down the right-hand side, but he can't be too disappointed with that. That is over 1 billion points on Attack from Mars, and that is definitely worth celebrating. Definitely not a score to scoff at. So we will switch over to something else now and just see what else is being played. So going over to Terminator 3 now, and this is a game I am actually not too familiar with. It is a lot like Terminator 2 with the layout and the locks and the animation and the voice and the theme. If anything, this is Terminator 2, not Terminator 3, but this is a really fun game, and it seems to be, you know, very fast, nice and slick. Ball never comes to a stop too much. It's got a gimmicky back glass where you are shooting what looks more like a ping pong ball as a fake RPG across the glass, but it's such a minor point on the game we haven't decided to put it in the DMD shot so that we can see more of the animations on the DMD. So multi-ball starting here, and multi-ball is just hit by going for the lock shot twice. So you hit the drop target in front of the lock shot, that lights the lock, shoot it up there again, and it should grab it for the lock. So that is your 3-ball multi-ball, and it is coming down fast with the ball save still active, but that won't be around for too long. So you want to be hitting the lit shots for jackpots, and I assume once you hit all those lit shots for jackpots, your super jackpot will light. No other shots seem too difficult, and there is nearly a nasty double drain there, but he managed to just wiggle on and hold on to that one. Oh, a nice save on that ball coming right down the middle. Not really playing a control game, but very much enjoying it now. Multi-ball is over.
Sorry? My pleasure. Again, it's going to a great cause, right? It's going back someone else's pocket into your pocket.
So starting to get those flashing ramps again. Getting the escape bonus of 500,000 and going into RPG mode. Now you can't see what's going on here, but there's a countdown that starts at 10 million. Up on the top in the back glass, there's just a little gimmick mechanism where you can shoot a ball horizontally across the back glass, and whether or not you shoot up or down depends on which target you hit. For each target you hit, you get whatever the countdown value is at the time, but you can only hit each target once. Usually you get most of them, if not all of them, but let's see what he comes out of target. Didn't manage to hit all of them, and out of total he only got 340,000, so that's not a lot out of that. I guess you get the full version of the hurry up once you hit all of those targets, making the 10 million almost impossible, and a sad out drain on the right hand side there. The top one, if you are talking about the RPG shots, I have found you're better waiting until it goes to the very bottom of the range of targeting, and the ball will usually bounce perfectly off the bottom of the rig and straight into the top RPG target. So that game's over with 55 million, which is an okay game considering Grand Champion's 126 million, but it's also got the largest queue for the tournament. For some reason today, people just weren't particularly wanting to play Terminator 3 as their first game, and as such, there's a large queue for it now. So it started up again on Terminator 3 with a mystery hurry up and 5 million points from that skill shot. Going for a left ramp, which it tells you to do with another skill shot. And yes, he has not got that countdown, which is on the left ramp still, ticking away. Move it, the DMD says, and there we go. We have got that security complete, and we get that countdown value, which had already horribly dwindled away by that time. Another nice and quick ball there with a small bonus, but we're getting these games going through nice and quickly. As we said, all the modes have been set to difficult. Hard to light your locks, harder to get modes. These games have been set up to play quick and to play fast. So once again with the RPG shots, which you can't see, but you might be able to see in the player camera down in the bottom left of the screen. Terminator 3 is the third from the left, and you can just see that there are those flashing targets. It's down to 1 million. He didn't seem to quite realize what was going on there, so didn't use the gun trigger in order to get any of those points. Game knowledge is crucial in tournaments, but sometimes you just don't have the luxury of getting to play these games beforehand. Sometimes you've never seen them. You have to figure it out on the go. Dangerous coming back down that ramp when it doesn't quite make it all the way, but he was lucky getting a nice bend to the left. Going for the mystery, it lands on bonus X. That's alright. Bonus multiplier is quite high now with bonus 6, so if you keep this ball alive for longer and build up that bonus, it could really be an attribute to his score. Also remembering not to tilt out and lose the ball entirely. All of these machines have been set on difficult, tight tilts, so we might see some tilt outs and some nudges, but you won't be seeing many death saves or anything, especially not in tournament. These machines just will not allow any of that. Security level 4 completed. Dropping down to the right flipper, going up the left ramp. Payback time is activated, so trying to get all of the flashing shots here. Shoot flashing shot for payback time. Not quite getting the accuracy, and that is the end of the ball, with a payback time only awarding 3 million points, and the bonus only being 1 million each, making that a 6 million point bonus. Plunging straight into the mystery shot again, and it's awarded weapon. And straight down the right hand side. Will it give him a ball save? That is the end of that ball and the end of that game. That was a very quick one. So up next, I think we will switch back to another game which looks like it's about to become free. So on Xenon right now, and we're not quite sure who the next player up is, but this is just a beautiful game. It's the first one to feature a female voice, and up here on Xenon we have playing...
That's on the second setting. See how the microphone sounds now, guys?
Alright, so we're just adjusting the microphone now, and I'm going to talk in my normal voice again, and let me know if this setting works a bit better for you. However, it is the only audio source, so if you could turn down the stream, or is the actual mic peaking, let me know. Thank you, I'd appreciate the support. So, Xenon, what are we playing?
Well, you need to contact.
So Tim is up on Xenon, and we are immediately joined with a right-hand lane drain. These flippers on Xenon, you know, they're quite small. They're not the most powerful, but it is an older game which has a less, you know, it's less steep, it's less fast. But, you know, it can really pose some challenges here. There's so many different ways to try and rack up a high score on Xenon. It really depends on how it's playing, the actual individual machine you're on, and it is really a swap up between whether you're going for the locks and multi-balls, whether you just want to farm the ramp, and that is a really, really rough drain straight down the middle. It seems that going straight back into the next ball, into the saucer, which will help light his lock. Once you light the 3 X's up above the women's head, you are lit for lock at the right ramp. Let's see what he's going for. He's going for the left spinner, it seems, which is trying to get it back up to the lock hole. Into the lock hole again.
Just just so people get to see it.
Going for that lock hole again, and it's in, making the last X lot lit, and we are now up for multi-ball. So the ball was locked on the right ramp, and it is now being unleashed very safely to the right flipper. Bumping left and right here. Straight up. Oh. So what you really want to be trying to do here, in my opinion, is go for ramp shots, because they're safer now. Now the ramp shots don't start all that high, they start at about 5,000, but every time you hit it, it banks up, so it goes 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, and continues up to, I think, 90. So other things in this game you might want to score for, you want to go for the right-hand side drop targets. That's where you're going to get your extra ball, which is still on this version of the game. Even though it's a tournament, you can get that extra ball. This is also how you get the bonus multiplier, and you can also get some Xenon letters, I believe, if you get those drop targets. Nice down the right-hand side drop lane. Trying to get some control off the slings here. The sling's being very, very wild, sometimes hitting it very hard, sometimes hitting it soft and throw you for a curveball. Really playing a lot of flow game here, which sometimes you need because it's not the most powerful flippers. You sometimes need that extra, oomph just sort of coming down off the flippers, and that is a sad out left drain. Not much you really could have done there to prevent it since the tilts are quite high. So we ended up with quite a nice score, 375,330. That's nothing to scoff at, that's quite nice. Up next on Xenon we have Mick, and we'll stay on this game for a little bit, and let's see if we can kind of spot some different play styles and see what people are going for, what seems the best strategy is to figure out. In the chat, do you want to tell me what your strategy on this machine is, if you have one? Because it's a very simple machine, but it's good in the way that it does give you that diversity. So what are your personal Xenon strategies? Let me know. So Mick's taken a step up to the machine, testing those flippers, and he's gone for the hard long plunge, not getting any of those green rollover targets. If you go over the flashing green rollover target, you will drop down the corresponding drop target 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if you can manage to sweep all 4 of those up the top, you are just already well on your way to get extra bonus multipliers, extra ball, anything from those right-hand side drop targets, which are incredibly valuable. There is Saucer Lock 1, so he needs to do that a few times to get the lock lit at the right ramp. Oh, up in that beautiful shot, up into the saucer hole again. Trying to just gather some control. Brilliant. Up the ramp, which should hold it for lock, and give him another ball to plunge. If this goes into the saucer, we're straight into multi-ball, and it misses off the plunge because he's going to want to hit it up either through the bumpers or going through the spinners. So we've got some tube shots here. That goes up there, it will spit out the other ball, but keep hold of that one until he has got it in the top hole. So he'll either want to be going for the spinner or through those bumpers. Oh, and that is a bad drain coming out of there, which is really unfortunate, but he's still got a few balls left in play. Yeah, the green targets can be really, really valuable in this game, but if the kick out for the tube shot isn't giving you too much trouble, it is really lucrative to build up that value. So once again, we're going up for the shot. That is the start of multi-ball. Shooting up the ramp. Did it not start the multi-ball? Maybe on the new drain, it is set so that it needs to be re-lit. Oh, and we have a stuck ball up at the top right-hand side. Can we get it to roll down without tilting? And we have. It's beautifully coming out of the bumpers, so the game is still in play with the active playfill. Up into that ramp again, building that ramp value. Every time you see a ball will go up that ramp, you will see that the green target around that wheel on the left, it actually goes up 1 space. Now those targets are numbered, and that means that the amount that you're awarded each time you go up that ramp increases. Oh, and another harsh drain straight down the middle. These flippers are not the quickest, so you really have to preempt where that ball's going to go. We're on to the last ball, ball 3, doesn't get any of the rollover targets, into the top saucer lane. once. It's hard with the light coming off it, but if you can look above the picture of the... Oh, and misses it, and that is the end of the game with no multi-ball coming out. Locking the ball at the start of the game and not managing to get that multi-ball. It's disappointing, but as we said before, these games are playing nice and harsh. We've got to get through people quickly, and you get some really exciting play that way. That was really unfortunate. However, we can come back and people can rebuy entries and try again if they wish. So that might be a game to get redone. Well, we end with a score of 176,870, which is not too bad. However, I'm looking forward to what's coming up next, which is Luke. Now, Luke is a local legend in this. Luke plays race in the local scene a lot, and so he should be able to put up a really high score here. He's helping scorekeep today, but he's taking time out of the scorekeeping right now to just try and get a couple of qualifying rounds in. Beautiful, crisp shot up the right ramp. He seems very confident he would know the rules. Knowing Luke is that he would know the rules like the back of your hands. Luke trying to gain some control here. And going straight into those bumpers, which are bouncing up nicely. You can very easily get that saucer shot from the bumpers, but it is a bit dangerous. That right bumper especially can bounce it straight back down between your flippers, and there's not much you can do about it if it chooses to do so. No one seems to be specifically targeting those left, so those right job targets, which is where you get the bonus multiplier, so they are worthwhile if you are going for a bonus-based game. It'll also light your yellow shot. Yellow shot, if you can hit it, it is currently at the top left of the playfield. There's a yellow arrow that will add another Xenon letter to your bonus. Now, a thing to mention about... Oh, what was that? Straight through the middle and back out. Very lucky, and he managed to keep his cool and just play on. Some people have been walking away from the machine a little too early and taking their hands off the flippers when it could have been saved, and that's karma right there. He loses that ball very quickly. Now, a thing to know about the Xenon bonus is that if you get it beyond a certain point, if you fill out all the Xenon letters, those Xenon letters then hold over for the rest of the game. So it is worthwhile building up your bonus, trying to get those milestones, and then cashing them in. Going to the ramp where it will pop it out because he has not lit the X's above the woman robot's head. It's very hard to explain because the light shine is right in the middle of the screen, but above the Xenon princess, woman, whatever in the middle, you can see there are 4 lights, it looks like. When you light all those by going into the top saucer hole, that's your lock is lit at the ramp, where it will hold onto it until you get it again. So he'll need to try and get it into that top saucer hole one more time. Just try and figure out what his strategy is. That looked like it was possibly going for the drop targets there. Alright. Bouncing off that nicely, keeping cool, trying not to nudge the machine too much, but keeping control where he can. Oh, and straight down the middle. Not much you really could have done there without tilting the machine, and you want to keep your bonus on this. Look at that. Goes from 176,000 to 208,000. Going into his last ball. It looks like he's going straight up into the bumpers, trying to get the Xenon hole up the top. That yellow shot will be adding more to his bonus. And he seems to be one going for the drop targets from the right flipper, from the left flipper, and the left spinner from the right flipper. Seems to be his ongoing strategy. Let's see what he tries to do here. Going for the ramp there. And that's a lock. So if he gets into the Xenon hole now, he will get a multi-ball, and he does not, but nudging the machine didn't quite manage to get it in. Hopefully it comes off the bumpers and we get another multi-ball here. really rack up some points during that multi-ball. Ooh, a little bit of deflection off the inserts in the playfield. It's an old game, that happens. Hello everyone, once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Flipout qualifyings. Flipout is at the Bayside Hotel in Melbourne, and it is part of Melbourne's Flipout 2018, which has been an amazing success so far. Getting that lock shot again, but he needs to get it into the top Xenon hole. Maybe an opportunity to do it here, and nudging the machine to try and get up there, and not quite getting it, and in it goes. So here comes that multi-ball where he can really build up that bonus. He can really build up some score here. Going for the ramp in multi-ball is very good. It's a safe way to just try and build up that ramp value, and once you start getting it up there, it can almost eclipse all other scoring on the game. But the risk, it's very hard to get that high scoring ramp number up there. Straight down the middle, making that the end of multi-ball. Let's make sure he keeps hold of this ball here. And once again, just seeing that Luke's keeping his cool. End of multi-ball, but continues play nicely. And just starts working at it again to get control of the ball. Hello, those just joining us. We're on Xenon. One of the... I would say... It's probably a cult favorite. It's not all that popular these days, you never see one around, but people seem to have very fond memories of it for people who played pinball back when this was a new machine. This was very popular in its day. It had, a voice, it had cool looking robot, mirror black eyes. It really looked amazing, especially when you look at what else was coming out at the time. Nudging it off that bumper into the top saucer hole. Oh, and managing to just keep it from the left drain. Losing control a bit, but coming off those drop targets. Really needing to try and get a bit of control here. Nearly losing it down the left-hand drain. Cross the Sun says there's a Cybernaut on location nearby me. Shares the tube shot from this, which is cool. It is always cool when there's features you like from a machine and you see them on other machines. Beautiful control there, really taking his time, wants to get that tube shot, and is this now maybe we're going to see him working at that. Those tube shot values really start to become very lucrative towards the end. Oh, nice save there. So what we seem to be settling into is a strategy of tube ramp. Tube ramp if it lands on the left flipper, and spinner if it lands on the right. Let's see if that's going to be his continuing strategy. Popping out of the bumper, there's air. Reads something nicely, but oh no, out of this tube shot straight down the middle. And I think that was ball 3, but look at that bonus. That is very nice. He really worked on those drop targets, getting that 4 times, and having those carryover bonus milestones being reached from his previous balls. That is a monster score. That's going to be doing well for qualifying. And it's not over. I have jumped the horse. He has managed to acquire an extra ball, which we are still playing on this machine. On these older machines, we have not disabled extra ball, because I don't think it's possible. So once again, trying to get control of the ball here. Those bumpers have direct line of sight to the flippers, so it can be really dangerous, them coming out of the bumpers. Keeping his cool here. Once he's got control, we'll really get a better view of what he's doing if he's trying to keep... Oh, beautiful again, got a nice depth. Oh, and straight down the right-hand side. That is so unfortunate. It came back to life only to commit suicide, but that's the way it rolls. And I think that might be the end of the game unless he has managed to score another extra ball. So that's the end of Luke's game. We're recording the score here. You can see Stu, lovely Stu, standing up in front of the machine right now, just writing down the score and putting it into the software. We'll be maybe looking at another game on this, see if someone's using a different strategy, and then we'll switch to something else. So while we're just waiting for the next player to come up to the machine, I was going to ask the chat, we have 4 machines rigged up. Does anyone want to put in a favorite out of Terminator 3, Dialed In, or Attack from Mars? That's the next machine we watch. Let me know. We have a new player walking up to Xenon. We have Eric. So all of this is qualifying. And what you're really wanting to do is just get the highest score you possibly can on all 8 of the qualifying machines to make it into the standings. A harsh drain there, but we'll take a look at the standings. What you're wanting to do is get in the top 16 here to make it to the finals, A Division and B Division finals. Coming back to Xenon, not making it into the drop hole from the top, but managing to get a few of those drop targets down via those green rollovers at the top, which correspond to the drop targets on the right. Going for the spinner, possibly just constantly going to be going for the spinner here to get down that saucer hole to light the locks. Very lucky shot through the bumpers there, but not going into the hole, unfortunately. Maybe trying to nudge it off these bumpers. And we got a floaty ball safely down the left in lane. And very close to getting into the saucer hole off the bumpers. So straight into the saucer hole there. Want to be lighting that up for the lock. So if you were to simplify this game and break it down into modern rule terms, your lock is lit via the saucer hole 3 times, your ramp is your lock, and then your multi-ball start is the saucer again. There's a lot more to this game than that, but those are your basic multi-ball strats. Oh, and an unfortunate drain there. Not merely you can really much do it that last little second, but let's see what happens. Up for the next ball on Xenon. Or was that a final score? I believe it was. That was quite a short game. We'll stay on for one more game as Xenon and then switch machines.
Cybernaut a good game? I don't know. Harrison or whatever you could have. I've seen Cybernaut, I just don't know whether it's a good game.
I don't know if you could hear that, but if Martin's asking if Cybernaut's a good game, he's seen it but not played it. I think this one's like there's nothing's registered unless I'm like that far behind, which is perfect. That's perfect. That's what we want. Got a player approaching Xenon. I think on Xenon we now have Travis Johan starting the game, plunging right up the top and not going for that soft plunge, which would have activated the green switch up the top for those drop targets. Going straight into the bumpers and testing out those flippers on the fly, it seems, giving them a couple little flicks there in unison. Generally in pinball you don't really ever want both flippers up at any one time, and if you can possibly help it. But when you're just having a flip around to get used to the flippers, some people like to have the flippers up when the ball's not near them. So the format of the tournament is that you get 8 entries into the tournament, which you can play on one entry on each of the machines for your qualifying score. Once your scores have been all logged in, you can then pay to have extra goes on games if you wish. You can buy extra credits for the tournament. It's a really fun format because it's not too much pressure. You can always just buy in another, few games if you wanted to, if you weren't happy with a couple. And it keeps it nice and fun and accessible for everyone. So we're seeing a lot of left spinner and right ramp alternation and down the right hand side there. With the bonus only giving about 10,000, not really being built up much in that ball. No Xenon scoop. And straight a fly shot off the left flipper up the right ramp. That right out lane being very hungry today. And straight down the middle and nearly saved, but it's gone. That was very close, and that was a quick game on Xenon. That might have also been a tilt out. I am not quite sure if he will get a bonus for that ball. And that's the end of that game. So we're heading into Dialed In, which in an exciting moment, we've just gotten a big bang. Oh, that's nice, which finished off a mode. And it also, we are coming into quite a nice score. So we got Andre qualifying on Dialed In at the moment. Not yet lighting the mode scoop. And straight down the left out lane. That was unfortunate. Ball was coming really quick. There probably wasn't much time you could react. As well as with these Jersey Jack dialed in, you've got to be careful because you don't get your tilt warnings back from ball to ball. Getting a nice skill shot there. Coming out of the right hand ramp and nearly going straight down the center, but he's got the ball save on. He should be nice and safe. Putting it straight into the bumpers. Playing on the fly here. Not much trapping and control. It's a different play style I quite like, but there we go. Nice trap, control, and just shoot up the middle, hitting Sparky. I know that's not his name, but that's what I call him. Starting a new mode, the tidal wave mode. What you want to do here is shoot the ramp, which is what is set on the screen there, but it's very difficult to see at the moment. So if you shoot the side ramp, which is from the top right flipper, you get 26,000, which in this game is nothing to scoff at, and there it is. That is the tidal wave side ramp, gotten. Also locks the first ball for multi-ball, and that way you can get your 3-ball, crazy ball, multi-ball. Tidal wave is complete by just making that one shot, and above 300,000, making this a really high-scoring game and something to contend with for the other qualifiers. 2 shots off the electrician and then straight up the ramp and into the theater. And a rough left out lane. Not much he could have really done there. And that is the end of that game. You can see him putting his hand up for the scores. Get his score logged in and get the next player out here. We're trying to get as many players through today. There are a lot of people out here today at Flipout, sorry. A lot of people here at Flipout, and it is no wonder why. We've got nearly 100 machines. I am looking at a very rare machine in front of me, which is a Magic Girl. I think there's only about a dozen of those in existence. Other things that are here that are rare, we've got Alien, we've got Mafia. What else is here? 2 Revenges from Mars, just in case one wasn't enough for you. And we're waiting for the next person to approach Dialed In, and here we go. Up here I think we have Daniel Luth. Plunging into the bumpers, trying to get some control by the looks of it, and going straight into the theater. The magnet catching it in the theater and bumping it back down. Straight into the drone shot. Playing on the fly here beautifully up that left ramp. And straight up in the middle, Quantum Theater, and off the top right flipper, and oh, straight down. And a little bit of a struggle to get some control there, and it goes straight down the middle.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Plunging again into the bumpers, which seems to be a popular choice. I'm not quite sure why. Coming out of the bumpers, onto your flippers and into the theater seems to be the shot of choice. Very hard when players aren't trapping to kind of decipher what they're trying to play at. So hitting the electrician, lighting the mode at the right hand scoop, which is underneath the green flashing phone. Trying to get it into that mode hole can be just the be-all and end-all of this game. It really is. As you can see, he's having a bit of trouble with it, and now that Sparky, or whatever his name is, has moved in the way, it is harder. So here we go, another attempt at the mode hole, and that was a lot of attempts at the mode hole, and it nearly goes in out of the left kicker. Doesn't quite make it. He's really struggling to make that mode hole. Electrician's in the way again. Hit him, get him out of the way, get control. Try to backhand it into that mode hole, not going in. Into the mode hole again. Still another attempt. Can he get it this time? And this is just getting very brutal. This machine does not seem to want to start a mode. You have to get that shot very accurate, but it is definitely hittable. Oh, and bouncing off the mode hole rubbers and straight down the center. Okay, this is the start of ball 3, so he has the time to really bring this score up, you know. If he gets a few modes in and a multi-ball, you can still really salvage this game and make it something special. Shooting out of that right scoop very, very fast, but it is aimed towards the right flipper, so you have options whether you want it to bounce over or just bounce up, trying to catch, and that is the end of the game at the end of that ball. But, you know, 40,000 plus is nothing to be too ashamed of. It's actually quite good. These games are set up super, super hard, and see what that bonus brings it up to at nearly 42,000. So we're waiting for the next person to jump up on dialed in. And the person we have is... I can't tell right now. Okay, we've got Rodney up on dialed in, trying to qualify. Hard plunge, not quite all the way around, up the train ramp, and going back down the right-hand side to the top right flipper. Trying to go for that big bang shot, not quite activating it or hitting it hard enough there. Getting the electrician out of the way and lighting the mode hole. Oh, just missing that mode hole, but managing to get around that right ramp anyway. And a bounce out into the mode hole. It can be quite tricky, but you can also get lucky. Out of the mode hole really nice and fast, bouncing over to the left-hand flipper. So we are now in flash fires. You want to be shooting the left ramp in flash fires to be building your points and then hitting switches around the place. Or other strategy in the mode is to try and just go for the big bang and activate that to finish your mode. A harsh drain during flash fires. Gonna have to start another mode and hope for the best here. Not quite getting it up the side ramp there, which is unfortunate because that was lit for lock. Got Crazy Bob's shot lit for lock. And did that make it around? It did. Fortunately, our harsh drain out the right-hand out lane. For those just joining us again, we are on dialed in at the Flipout at Bayside. Let me start that entirely again. I can't actually hear myself talk. Oh, that was a very something knocked that hard. Got a bit of a knock to the camera. I wasn't quite sure what that was. Might have been the machine next to it. Yes, so let me say that again. For those just joining, we are at the Sandbelt Hotel in Melbourne for Flipout, the Melbourne Pinball Festival. And we're having an absolute blast. Nearly 100 machines here today with the tournament running beautifully. of these 8 machines here. Multi-ball lit at the right scoop. Oh, nearly a bungled backhand there. Or was it possibly meant to be a pass over? No, he's trying to backhand it into the scoop, which is a bit risky because I don't know if this game is set up to be able to do that. It looks like it's very tight and keeps clipping into the sling. He's going to try and backhand it or post pass. I think he's still trying to backhand it into that into the right hand scoop. See if he goes from that hole. Oh, and again, can't quite get it in there, bouncing out. Beautifully, straight in, backhand, live, off the right hand flipper. Just what I said couldn't be done, does it beautifully. Now this is the start of the multi-ball. Due to the fact that he didn't manage to lock it up the side ramp, it is only a 2-ball multi-ball, but you can get this multi-ball as a 3-ball. Ball save is on, so he'll get that ball back. During the multi-ball, he wants to be hitting lit shots and then going for the scoop, I believe, is a jackpot, super jackpot. So yellow lit shots and down the left-hand side. Will that give it back to him? Ball saved. Yes, it has a programmed in left kick-out failure. So that's good, but that didn't last all that long. That was very unfortunate, but a little bit followed. Where are you to follow the live scores? You can go over to Never Die, I believe. And I will actually ask Mark, where can they log on anywhere to see the live scores? There is a link, I believe, and we'll put it into the chat for you shortly, I think.
I'll type it in a second.
Now we'll just leave the game slightly wonky there as the next player comes up and approaches with a hard plunge, not going for the skill shot. Might have been going for the theater skill shot, but missed it. Theater skill shot is a hard plunge, and then going for the center quantum theater. Wanting to hit the electrician, lighting a mode, and now going into the mode hole will be the way to go. Up the left-hand ramp from a backhand, very nice, just making it over the top there. It's not a shot you can make consistently. Bright green flashing light there, just saying, shoot me, points are this way. And straight in out of the kick out, that is very fortunate if that's what he wanted to do. If he was holding onto something else to stack this or something, that's the way this all falls, but you've got to play with how it falls, you know? So we're up to Eruption. Eruption's quite a fun mode because what you want to be doing is shooting the right ramp, which is, some people might think is the ramp on the left of the playfield, which is right off the Crazy Bob shot, but the right ramp looks like the right orbit, essentially. And that's the end of that mode with a ball drain. It's very hard to watch the game, so lopsided.
There you go, Jardine, there's the address.
You are able to follow the scores at that address. Just making it over the top of that left ramp shot again, which does count. It doesn't matter how fast it goes over as long as those switches activate. SIM card collected straight off the Big Bang shot. That was nice. So what happened there was Big Bang was ready. He hit Big Bang, activated it, which completed the mode, and then the ball fell straight into the SIM card slot, which was lit because the mode was complete. Lovely. Got a nice high score there from just that one shot. So just bring my attention back to the game here. We go for another hard plunge and going straight for the electrician, even though the mode is already lit. Really likes that right-hand side, that left ramp. Hitting the electrician again. and straight down the middle with a very rough... Thanks, Peppers. Hopefully, yes, we fixed the loudness and turned down the gain on this mic. Thanks for the feedback, everyone, and thank you for being in the chat and watching. You are all appreciated and loved here. Well, that's the end of that game. So the last game's scores ended on a 292-210, which is a very good score because this very low-scoring game, unless you get into those higher-end modes, you're not going to get above 1 million all that easily. It's a really fun game. I just got to put, shout out to Jersey Jack. Shout out to the Dialed In team. This is a limited edition, but this is just one of the most fun games. It's pick up and play. Anyone can have a flip around on it, but it's also got the depth and the nuance that you really look for when you're looking for a pin to really spend some time on. It's got a lot going on. So as the scores are being put into the system, we're now waiting for the next player to roll on up to Dialed In. Still waiting for our player to come, and therefore take this opportunity to adjust that camera.
Here we are. How are you, man? Yeah, setup so far is looking pretty good. Thank you, Ryan C from Head to Head for giving me a water. Just wanted to say hello. David's doing a great job. Let's get back to Dialed In.
Coming back to Dialed In. We have got the mode hole lit again, and the lock has been made. Backhanding it into the mode hole seems to be a strategy that people are trying, but unless the ball is already moving, it's almost impossible to backhand it from a standstill. Just not quite able to get it, or you're going to hit that bottom edge of the sling. And there I eat my words, as there is a perfect backhand into the mode hole. But I have seen the many attempts, and it seems to be that the left-hand flipper is an easier shot, but you're more likely for it to bounce out with the speed that it'll be hitting the mode hole. It is, left-hand flipper, full force, coming right off the middle of the flipper, will just really make it hard to get that ball to stay put in the hole. Nice bounces out of there as we're in Earthshaker mode. Earthshaker, I think, has a cool feature that there's a countdown in this mode, I believe it is. Oh, beautiful save there. And just really letting it kind of fall where it lies. So Earthshaker, you really just want to be following whatever the lit shot is. Perfect. Now we got the center. You want to be going to the Quantum Theater. Up the right up the middle for this mode. Oh, just missing it. And trying to get control of that ball again. You're letting it lay on his left flipper. Want to be going up the middle for the Quantum Theater shot. And it's timed out. The mode is over and the shot was not made. Both locks are lit. So if he gets it up the side ramp, he will have a ball locked for a free ball multi-ball. Ah, just not quite making up the side ramp. You really have to hit it perfectly with a lot of force. Maybe even give the machine a little bit of a nudge in that direction. Someone at home maybe keep track of how many times the ball goes up the side ramp without falling back down. And again, another attempt at the side ramp, but at least getting a couple of hits off the Big Bang target instead, which is always nice. Get that Big Bang lit up for the next mode if you don't want to play it. The mode is lit at the right-hand scoop. And no! And a very difficult drain coming out of the left-hand side bob shot. He was going for the lock. You wanted to see that again. Flip it up and take another look. That is really what you're trying to avoid there. Dribble out straight into the middle of your flippers and not being able to get control again. And there is the lock shot, I believe. No, it didn't quite make it. I lost view of the ball. The right flashing green scoop, ready for another mode. Getting a nice shot at the Quantum Theater, and yes, he has made the right side ramp, or left side ramp shot, and he has got his first ball locked. Now, if I were him, I'd be definitely trying to start this multi-ball as soon as possible for exactly that reason. He's still got one ball left, and that multi-ball is sitting there waiting for him at the start of this ball. Hard plunge to the flipper. Nearly relighting the scoop and going for that backhand. Beautiful, straight in. Very tight shot. And that'll be a multi-ball starting. 2-ball multi-ball coming out of the locks here. And I'll be wanting to hit all the lit shots for the jackpot. And that will light another shot for him to hit worth many, many points. Ball safe, giving back his ball there. Thanks, Peppers. Appreciate it. That was a very quick ball 3, and the multi-ball was a double drain, ending his game. But that is a very respectable score. What did he end up on? 92,000. That's nothing, nothing to cry about. That's pretty good. I'd be happy with 92,000. It's very hard to get higher scores in this game, especially if you don't know the ins and outs of the rule set, which makes it a very fun game to play.
John Cusson! I think he must have gone to a seminar.
Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to hit. I'm sorry about that, everyone. And the next game we have here is the Attack from Mars remake. I'll get my ugly mug off the screen here and switch it back to that version. There we go, that's what we want. So we're just jumping into the end of a ball 3 here with quite a nice score. We didn't quite get to see how this one was set up, but we'll be able to be there fresh for the start of the next game. These remakes of Attack from Mars, I love. I think they play just like a new version of the game. They've added a few extra things without changing how they play at all. So they've added more lights, more colors, better looking aliens. They're not so beaten up and worn out as those old ones. And the color DMD, the large color DMD on the back glass looks amazing with the recolored animation. So we're just seeing the scores being collated here. And we have over 100, well, not over 100, but nearly 100 machines here today at Flipout, and it has just been an absolute blast. So we're now just looking for players who are lined up in the virtual queue. We'll take a look at the standings here. And at the moment, we have no standings. Go back to the main qualifying room. We'll go back.
They'll reload when you go to the page. Yeah.
Alright, there are the standings there for you. So at the top we have got, no surprise, Richard with 718 points. Everyone in the tournament has to play every game at least once. Now we'll now head to one of my favorite games, Attack from Mars. So we got Greg G up on Attack from Mars. He is a phenomenal player in the local scene. And what is the strategy he will be employing? Now, this game has a lot of really, really good strategies for high scores, but it depends on how each one's playing. And that one is bashing the middle. It's very dangerous, as we just saw, because it can come straight back down, and there's not much you can do about it. Coming out of the jet bumpers into the hole, not quite making it up that lock shot. Hitting the saucer in the middle, grabbing major points and destroying that saucer, bringing up the shields again. Up to 500 million, which is quite a good way to it. And what is he shooting for? Let's take a look. Only a couple shots left on the Martian multi-ball if he wanted to take that, by hitting all of the different Martian targets that are around to spell Martian around the playfield. So another drain and 48,000 million bonus isn't bad. So in this last ball, we got rocking up. Let's see if we can get a multi-ball. On the last ball, if you haven't gotten a multi-ball started, all of your locks will be lit by default, making that shot a lot easier. Now to light the lock, you need to hit that shot, but the ball has to make it all the way around the shot, up the ramp, and down the right rail for it to light the lock. That shot's not very easy, if you have to hit it nearly perfectly. So with all your locks being lit from the start of this ball, all you have to do is shoot that shot 3 times, and it doesn't have to even make it the whole way. It will hold on to them halfway up the shot, and you're in a multi-ball. So here we go, perfectly, and we're into the start of the multi-ball with a 100 million point hurry up at the center target. So what he's going to want to do as these balls come out of multi-ball is shoot straight up the center on the saucer, not getting it, hitting the scoop instead. Alright, so the multi-ball has started. What he wants to be doing is hit all of those shots with a big red circle in front of them. Once you have hit all of those big red circle shots, the super jackpot will light. That super jackpot will be moving across the field, and it is worth a lot of points, and you need to get it. You need to actually cash in that super jackpot in order to get to the wizard mode at the end, which is rule the galaxy. Getting the left ramp, working his way across all of these shots here. You can, during multi-ball, still work on your sources as long as the shield is down. Trying to get some control on his multi-ball balls here, but it seems to be just coming off the left dipper a little bit too fast. An opportunity there to gap some control, but rather than play with 2 balls in play, and now he's only got 3 shots left to light the super jackpot. He needs the lock shot, the left orbit, right orbit, and the left right orbit and right ramp. And he has lost his multi-ball shot. He's got a few seconds for the last, if he wants to get another jackpot. They actually do stay lit for the last couple seconds, but it doesn't look like it. Now moving on to the America saucer, straight up the middle. And this seems to be the strategy of the moment, which is just to finish off these sources. A couple more shots here should be the end of it. But that, it will relight his lock, and he seems to be going for the multi-ball again, knowing that this might just not be enough points to getting into the rankings he needs. Very high risk, high reward strategy, because he's got to hit that shot 6 times. There it is. It's twice. Let's see if he's going for that shot again. Off the left flipper up the middle. And that is another saucer destroyed. Hitting the 2 billion mark very nicely. Those sources are going to be a lot harder to take down. That health gets higher and higher the more you make your way through them. But he seems to be, the risk reward of it is that they get a lot harder to bring down, and then they get a lot more points, up in the billions eventually. Thank you, Axel. No, I won't be doing that. It's against the rules. I can't sit there next to you and tell you what shots to make. I can help you when you're not playing between balls, but not during the actual play. And we've got a left-hand out lane drop, and look at that bonus. That is 200 million bonus, winning a replay, which means nothing here. But that ball, on that last ball, he managed to get up to 2.5 billion on that last ball. So it's never over till it's over, and it is always worth playing your last ball. On most games, there are a few where once you fall behind, you're left behind. Ghostbusters, what? But this is a beautifully set up game. Because this is also new, the remakes are new. It is playing waxed, it is playing fast, it is playing brutal. Yes, the scoop shots are delivering it to the flippers nicely when they kick out, but it is fast. You have to really be on the border, make a decision whether you want it to bounce over, try and trap catch. What are you trying to do? So waiting for another player to rock up onto the machine as we are waiting for the next player. Stu is just taking in the scores here. Just take a moment to really appreciate the special edition of the remake from Attacks on Mars. all the lights. I believe they're all LEDs. Up on Attack from Mars now, we have Amin. So up in the your bonus multiplier on this machine is up above the pop bumpers. There are only 2 rollover lanes that you need to activate a bonus. And I don't even know if there is a limit to the bonus multiplier that isn't 99. And to get another rollout of the lock shot, which you're going to see a lot of. Going for the lock shot again. Let's see if it rolls out or if he can get it clean in, or what's he going for. A little bit early on the lock shot there. Oh, managing to beautifully nudge it and keep control of the ball there. That was some textbook nudging. And again, keeping the ball away from that dangerous outlane. And again, oh, beautiful. He has got control of this ball, and those outlanes are hungry, but they are not getting fed at all. This is a really brilliant play. This is more of what we want to see. And up that lock shot and around, making the lot lit, making it count beautifully. Oh, a bit of nudging, and we have got the first saucer destroyed. I mean, showing us how it's done. He seems to have some game knowledge. He knows what he's doing here. He's got all of the locks lit. So if he can manage to shoot up there and get all of his balls lit, then he has got his multi-ball going, and he is well on his way to rule the galaxy. Absolutely, Peppers. Peppers says great saves, and I can't say enough. Those were 3 or 4 amazing saves all in a row, and we're still on ball 1. Let's see what else he can throw out in the middle of this game. Not quite making it up that lock shot, so it's not going to hold on to it. It needs to make it around the saucer at least. Beautifully there, it's going to be kept, and that will be the second ball locked. You can tell by the missiles coming up, and his third lock shot is already lit. I'm actually not sure why. That might have been some kind of award bonus there, but here we go. Get controlled, not letting them go out of those left lane. Really taking his time here. Post pass, which doesn't quite make it, but gaining control again. Maybe with the bump over here. Beautiful. Just let it drop. Dead flip. And there we go. Start a multi-ball. Let's see if we can see a super jackpot happen in this game. Once again, you got to hit every shot that has a lit circle in front of it. Once, at least. That will light your super jackpot. Your super jackpots are worth a lot, but they are... It's a shot that will move from left to right across the field, so it's very difficult to hit. Nice save there on the multi-ball, even though he didn't need it with his ball save on, but ball save is now off, even though it does have a little bit of leniency on this game. We have lost first ball, so he's now down to 2 balls in his multi-ball, and he has got a lot of these shots left to make. Oh, and a harsh drain. That is not the best multi-ball. He is going to need to restart all of those locks, which are harder the second time around. He won't be too happy with that. I'm sorry about that, but hey, look, we've got some... Peppers has clipped up your amazing saves, so when you watch this in replay, you'll be able to take a look at the glory days of you getting those locks. So let's see what strategy we're going for here. He's going for lighting the locks again. Lock is lit. And he is just the control. For anyone wanting to learn how to play, this is someone you want to watch. Just the way they try and control the ball at all possible times, and if they can't, they then try and just get it away and try and keep it safe, you know. If they know the ball might not stay on the flipper, they're going to flip it, you know, semi-accurately on the fly. Going for another destroyed saucer here by the looks of it. It is a very risky shot, but he is on ball 1, and he is really racking up that score with the Super Jets up to 51. Over 1 billion points on ball 1. And on saucer 1, so he has still got all of his sources. All the easy sources are still available for him. Destroying the second one. The third one would be a bit harder. They get progressively harder, requiring more shots to bring down the shield and more shots to destroy. Worth more points though. Of course, this is on tournament mode, so I haven't seen Stroke of Luck give anything except 50 million points, which is alright. Oh, and that was an almost unsavable drain coming into the right out lane, coming off the right sling. That was unfortunate. It really, you weren't to know where that one was going. It was so quick off the top of the right sling. But that was a beautiful, goes for the skill shot through the flashing top bonus lane. Thanks, Chomps, this. I try my best. Alright, capturing the ball, and he's going for the shields again, having destroyed 3 of the sources. Now the shields need to be, the further you progress, you can hit any of those free targets at the front of the shields, but as you progress further, you then need to hit the specific targets. The shields get more complex, everything just gets a little extra step to get you to where you want to be. And that is a ball lock. So we have got the first ball locked beautifully there, didn't need to go all the way around, and he needs to relight that lock. On ball 2 at 1.5 billion is really, really, really where you want to be, because he's got a lot lit. He's nearly got his Martian multi-ball ready, which is difficult to tell because the flashes are so bright. But the A on the right-hand side of the Martian. So the Martian multi-ball is activated by hitting all of the Martian shots, which mostly appear just as very bright white dots on the screen, unfortunately. But they're in front of green targets, in front of little toy Martians. Once you hit all of those, you then go for the... Oh, and badly out of the scoop there, which is unfortunate. Oh, that wasn't the way you want to really end your second ball, but he's got a ball in play, he's still got 1.8 bill, and he's nearly at his Martian multi-ball. He just needs to hit that A on the right-hand side and then get it in the scoop. Martian multi-ball can be stacked with other multi-balls, but it is very tricky. You have to activate it right before you go for the lock and not hit anything else. I actually can't remember the order that you need to do it in. I have done it on Pinball Arcade, which is a great way to kind of practice the rules. So Peppers is telling me that in this division, 7 billion is the high score and 4 billion is the second highest. I saw the 4 billion being done this morning. I didn't see the 7 billion, and we have got a sad out lane there. I need to concentrate on there. But that is a 42 million point bonus. It ends on a monster first ball and nearly 2 billion. Hey, that's not bad. That is half the second high score. And if he's not happy with that, he could come and redo that machine with just purchasing a few more credits for the tournament.
What's your name?
That was a really amazing textbook on how to play the game. Really good look at all the different features. So we'll keep an eye on this one because this one's playing really well. And when to the next person is going to come up. That is a great score, and if you did well on the other machines, you would be more than happy. That would get you into the finals. That is a score that most people in the who will get through into the top 16 will get, something around there or below. Once again, I want to point out that that score is also very impressive, and that 7 and 4 billion scores are very impressive, just because of how hard we have set these games. Stroke of Luck is turned off. Stroke of Luck will always give you 50 million points. So up here we have Luke. Now Luke is a local, and he is an absolute beast of a player. He's actually helping out with the tournament today, but we have already run into an error here. It seems that the ball is stuck somewhere up in the bumpers. It hasn't even come out, and he is yet to see the flip on the ball. So we could get a staff member over there as soon as possible. You can see him with his, not second. I don't know. So I'm just being asked a question on the side here. So it seems that there is a fault in the top bumpers. The ball is stuck somewhere, and we are not quite sure where. We're going to wait for a tournament official to come over, and a tournament official's going to come over, and we're going to try and either dislodge it, take off the glass, see what's going to go on. Stu's coming in over there. Let's see where it's stuck. Looks like Stu's is going to try and dislodge it by just taking a look. Oh, hello, Stu's head. 18th best score. If you're trying to get into the top 16 and one of your machines is you got the 18th best score, that's good. Like, you don't have to be the greatest score in every single machine to get into the top 16. You just have to average out. So we seem to be having some kind of fault with this beautifully playing Attack from Mars remake. I will ask what the story is in a second. What's the story? I guess it's stuck. So we've just got confirmation of where the ball's stuck. If you look at... Oh, you see the ball search going off with the aliens jumping around. Behind the saucer, there is a little black box on the screen. That is where the ball can orbit through there or be bounced back. It's just stuck in the gate there. The gate's tried to close on it. You could probably shake it out, but because this is a tournament game, we don't want to be doing that because this is a tournament game. We need to be trying to preserve it for as long as possible, and as long as Luke can play this game, we're going to get him to play this game. So the ball looks like it's going to be reset either onto the flipper or more likely just into the right out lane, as hoping that it doesn't escape here. This is always the dangerous moment where it can escape. So Stu's going to be trying to grab the ball. And it looks like it's unreachable at the moment. So it looks like this one might be... Does it look like it'll be fixed in the next few minutes? Just going to see if this one's going to be fixed in the next minute or if we should switch to another game. Because as you can see from the bottom left view of the room, Dialed In has just finished, and we might just skip over to that until we can get Attack from Mars working. Which is a shame because I really wanted to watch Luke Malberg play because he is absolutely brilliant. Stu using his very technical skills. God. To get the ball out. And yes, he has managed to get the ball out, and it will be placed in the kicker lane for him. Alright, so just sealing up the machine again. And if you would have noticed, he's actually got, Luke's gotten a couple million extra points out of this. He gets to replunge it, but also every time the ball search went off, I think it gave him an extra million points. That's not going to change anything in the long run. Don't worry about it. But the coin door is open again for some reason. Let's see what the matter is. And it's closed and locked, and we have now got Luke back again, replunging the ball up to the top. Beautiful. Now we don't have that same problem. We've got ×2 on the jet bonus and straight into the kick-out hole. And let's see. Now, Luke's greatest asset is his knowledge of rules. He knows what he's going for, and he knows he's very situational. He knows how to adapt his strategy depending on what's going to be in front of him. So he's probably going to play this game a little bit, realize what shots are more dangerous than others. Oh, and that is an unfortunate drain coming lazily off the left Martian shot. But that's pinball for you. He's still got 2 balls and there's plenty of pinball in it. Keeping it really getting nice and controlled straight off the start with a skill shot. Now that's the super skill shot. Normal skill shot, you plunge, it goes into the bumpers, and what you want it to do is hit the left or right flipper to make it go down the flashing in-lane bumper. The bumper lane. You want to go down the flashing bumper lane. Luke's not happy with that second ball either. This game just seems to be a bit cursed for him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he busts something out amazing by going for locks. Not going for the super skill shot this time. Super skill shot is achieved by holding down the left flipper and then plunging. It will send the ball all the way around, and you've got to hit a lit shot without hitting anything else in order to get it. Luke immediately shoots into the saucer. 200 million for the saucer shot, so he's already at a $500 million. If he can get into a multi-ball, if he can get into, another saucer, he's looking like he's in a good position. Oh, very nice tip off the flipper there. This will give him 50 million. It will always give him 50 million. And shooting out fast there, but getting beautiful control. And he will just let it rest on this flipper. I'm not quite sure which multi-ball he's going for, if he's actually going for Martian, or if he's going for the saucer shot. Looks like he's going for a saucer run, just hoping for the best and trying not to get any bad bounces off the saucer straight down the middle. But he wants to get that saucer shield down, but he can only do it by hitting that left shot. That's the one, and straight up the left ramp with a nice combo. If you want to get Rule the Galaxy, the Wizard mode, which is very achievable in this game, you do need a 5-way combo at some point in your game. Just something to keep an eye out for when you're playing. 3 times damage shot and straight up the left ramp again. Those beautiful colored anime. Oh, and a bad rain on the right out lane. He doesn't quite hit $1 billion, but I don't know. That's not a bad score. I don't know if he'll be happy with that. Those were a couple of very brutal balls with a couple of machine problems, but that's the way it laid for him. We might see him later re-qualifying on that machine. We'll just have to see how it goes. We've had a little bit of an influx of viewers. Hello, everyone. And welcome again to the Melbourne Silverball League stream, which is streaming the live tournament from Flipout 2018 at the Sandbelt Hotel in Melbourne. If you're in Melbourne and you actually want to come and hang out, there's still tickets available for Flipout. You can come and check it out. I think you can still even join the tournament. There's still time before 7:30 if you're very, very quick. So the way qualifying goes is that these will go until 7:30. But we're just starting a new game, going into the skill shot out of the bumpers and straight down the middle. Will I give him his ball back? It won't, with a very, very tight ball save. Right, once again, there's plenty of pinball in it, and there's no penalty for achieving something on your third ball as opposed to your first. So going for the skill shot again, coming out of the bumpers with a 5 times bonus. Now gliding those 2 top rollover lanes will give you another bonus multiplier. You can get a lot of bonus in this game. It is very worthwhile getting that bonus multiplier up into the 20s or 30s. Shoot in multi-ball, shooting for the orbits and therefore the bumpers is and that is a straight down the middle shot right out of the straight from the saucer. Okay, we're onto our third ball. Ball save still on and now off. So this is where it gets dangerous. If he doesn't make a count here, it's not going to be a great game. Doesn't make it up the lock shot, which means it is worth nothing, unfortunately. Straight up the right ramp, beautiful. And the lock is lit. Going again for the combo, doesn't quite make it. Getting some really dangerous rebounds off here. When you miss on this machine, because it is waxed, it is fast, and those flippers are powerful, you're really, really going to feel the pressure when you miss. It coming straight back towards you at lightning fast speeds. And he's really going for those lock shots. All the lock shots are now lit. So if he manages to just get it up there 3 more times, he's in a multi-ball. And that can really be a game changer. 1. Let's count them down with him. That ball's going to come down from the left rail. My personal strategy is probably to bounce it over. That's what he did, but it nearly actually didn't quite pay off. He's going to need to give the machine a bit of a nudge in order to get it that little bit of extra energy. And that's low lock 2, and also the shield is now down. So during his multi-ball, he will be able to wail away at the saucer if he's able to get it. So he's still on his last ball, wants to get some control, get that multi-ball in action, going for that left green shot just left of the saucer, misses. If he drains now, it is all over with less than $500 million. And a nearly botched post pass off the slings. And it goes up to the top. And lock 3 is made. He is into the multi-ball. This is where we're really going to start to see some action picking up. This is definitely a score that is savable. Each jackpot in the multi-ball can be worth up to over 100 million points just for making the shot. That's not even the super jackpot, which can be worth up to 500 billion or more. Plus, he's got his saucer lit, meaning he is just wailing away at the saucer. Look at all that damage is there. That saucer is going to be gone by the end of this multi-ball by the looks of it, and he's probably going to get that ball back. Lovely. Once again, trying to get all of the lit shots that have the red circle in front of it. What the red circle actually says is jackpot lit. You can't see it on the stream because it's too bright, but these beautiful LED remake. I don't actually, I'm not trying to sell you these machines, people. I just really love this machine. So wanting to grab some control, and we've down to 1 ball without actually getting too many of the jackpot shots. So that's unfortunate, but it did pop him up to over 1 billion points. And he is now getting the last couple of those jackpots based on the, what's it called? Mercy time at the end of a multi-ball. Center shot is lit for a hurry up, which is counting down very quick, getting about about 60 million off that. Getting very close to total annihilation multi-ball. Now what total annihilation is that once you make all the shots, the left orbit, the right orbit, the left ramp, and the right ramp 3 times, I believe each, you will start a multi-ball. So let's see if he's able to get that going with the 3-way combo. And a harsh out lane, 1.5 billion. Not a bad score, as we were saying before. Maybe if you wanted to bump that up, if you wanted to bump up your ranking in the standings, but you know, I'd be pretty happy with that. I'd be pretty happy with that.
That'd be like 20th, 20.
How many players do we have today, Mark?
There's 70 in the tournament so far.
So there are 70 players in this tournament so far, and that will get him to about 25th place. So you're in the top 3rd with that score. I'm not magic. I have Martin at the side whispering stuff into my ear. All right, coming up to the game again. We are getting a plunge into the bumpers from Gareth Anderson. So we've got another shot up the middle, and this is a completely... There's a lot of argument in this game about strategy, and a very standard drain straight down the middle. Probably could have been saved with a bit of nudging. Not getting the skill shot, which is very easy points up the top, but if you don't know it's there, then you don't know what you're getting. When you plunge it into the top bumpers, you want the ball to roll over the flashing light. You want it to roll over the lit light at first when it is flashing. That is your skill shot. That gives you 5 times bonus and I think 10 million points. So we're getting some very free-form play here. Trying to slow down the ball a bit, get some control. And really, there's a lot of debate on this game as whether wailing away at the saucer, which if you drain very early and you don't get long ball times on it, you won't get many points. Oh, and very tricky out lane. Just bouncing off the top of the right out lane and not quite being able to get it back in. But going back to the saucer strategy, is the target is whether or not you go for saucers, or you go for total annihilation, whether or not you go for Martian multi-ball, whether you're trying to get to control the galaxy, or whether you're just going for locks and multi-ball, go for the jackpots. These are all completely viable ways of getting over 10 billion points if you wanted, and that's going to be 15 million because I'm psychic. I'm not psychic, this is on tournament mode. This tournament mode will mean that they will always get the same stroke of luck at 50 million. Bumpers and just really nicely inflating, basically the bumpers inflate your bonus nicely because of the likelihood that it's just going to go up through one of the lane bumpers, the bumper lanes, and down through the other. That was very close with both flippers in the air and manages to get it out, damaging that saucer. 50 million points per hit at the moment. Oh, just over the top. Oh, and out into that bad moonwalk out into the out lane. I believe that may have been football 3. That was with 500 million points. Not the greatest game, but you got to see some interesting action going on there. More viewers just joining us at the Flipout 2018 tournament. So this is the qualifying for the tournament. The finals will be played tomorrow. Here we can see the plunge up into the top right, and this guy is definitely trying to build up that bonus. Just off the plunge, already got a 7 times bonus. Really worthwhile, because on a long ball on this game, those bonuses can get over 1 billion points alone on one ball's bonus. I don't know how you'll get the hold bonus on this game. I don't know if there is one available in tournament mode, actually. Getting a nice backhand up the left ramp, so the left orbit, which is gone into the bumpers, racking up that bonus jet value worth 10 mil, and up to 7, 8, 9 bonus. Just wailing away at the saucer at the moment, which is a strategy, but it would be really... See how friendly the saucer is to him. It has been brutal to some others today. I will definitely be switching to Xenon soon. I think this will be the last game that we'll be watching of this. Beautifully kept into there 3 times. So what happens when you shoot into the saucer and it says 3 times damage? The saucer is kind of like a U, if you will. It's got a target on the left, the target on the right, and a target in the middle. If you manage to hit the target on the left, which will bounce it into the middle shot, which will bounce it into the right shot, it'll give you count as 3 shots to the saucer and give you 3 times the points. So it's worth aiming slightly to the side and not aiming directly for the hole, and then you get a nice quick destroyed saucer just like he did there. He's going straight back for the shields. Really risky strategy for exactly that reason. Those missed Martian shots on either side of the shields are just brutal. But we're ending ball 2 at nearly 700 million points. Going again for those bonus. The bonus skill shot being much safer than the super skill shot. Not quite making it up the lock shot, meaning it counts for diddly squat. Nearly a moonwalk over there, but comes nicely back down onto the bumpers. Nice free flow play here. Maybe needing to kind of slow the ball down a bit on this really fast-playing competition game. Getting a nice 3 times damage, but then only 1 times damage on that. It depends on how many targets in the saucer it hits. You'll kind of see whether it will shoot out the side. It's a bit difficult to explain with this top-down view how the switches underneath that saucer work. But if you just kind of think of it as like a very shallow, lazy U, and the bottom of the U is a target, and the sides of the U is a target, and you can kind of bounce them off all 3. At the back, the target will drop down, where it will then hold it once you destroy the saucer. And that saucer, what is that? The third saucer destroyed for 300 million just for that alone. And it seems like the strategy is just going for the saucer now because he is at 1.5 billion from that strategy. Oh, see, it is just not... you can really rack up those points in qualifying, but I don't know if you're in a head-to-head tournament whether or not this would really be the strategy to go for. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how some of these are playing. Got the 5 times bonus from the top lanes again. Out of the stroke of luck shot, which is really fast. And just going straight up the middle again for the... Oh, and that is a harsh drain coming so fast out of the left in lane. Not enough time to react, and straight off the flipper, straight down the middle. But that, once again, 1.5 billion, that's what it's going to be. Well, we'll be switching over to another game now. I mean, this has been I can't say more things I love about the Attack from Mars game, but the remake is just something I think is special. So we're heading over to Xenon. So over at Xenon, we've just started a game, and we are just about to start. So who's up? We have got local legend Scott. Alright, so ball goes for the plunge. Does he get any off the rollover targets for the drop target that correspond to the right-hand drop targets? No. Coming out of the Xenon hole, though, giving him a progress towards his lock. Coming off those slings nicely. Once again, this is a very shallowy setup game. It's not as fast as the others. It's a bit older. The flippers aren't quite as strong, but it can really throw you off if you're playing these other really fast modern games, and then going over to this older solid state really throw people off.
Magic Kinetics, hello!
If you're not right next to the mic in this mode, they probably won't hear you.
Yeah, they will.
Okay. So he's going for that ramp shot, which is not yet lit for the lock, I don't think. No, he needs to hit the Xenon hole a couple more times. The Xenon hole is the one at the top above the bumpers. Building up that ramp value, if he can hit these ramp shots consistently. But it is very hard to hit consistently because they shoot straight out onto the slings. Now the slings might be able to get... Did I say Attack from Mars? Sorry, I said Xenon. Where was I? If the kick-out hole is shooting onto the sling, it's very, very, very dangerous because you don't really have as much control as you want coming out of this kick-out hole to try and make shots consistently or make it fall onto a flipper. But the value of the ramp goes up, not exponentially, but it just holds value. So it goes 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 per shot. You get that every shot. So in a multi-ball as well, it can really start to rack up. Oh, and he loses it right at the very last second off the edge of that flipper. Oh, he didn't quite make it to the bonus stages where it will hold your bonus once you hit the 20,000 mark. So Scott seems to be going just for a pure ramp strategy. Totally worthwhile. So let's see that. Well, how much was that worth? We'll see how many of these are worth, and we'll try and figure out the pattern here.
It was like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours ago. Like it's calm.
We had a really harsh drain there on Xenon. It's again giving out his bonus. And this is the last ball. However, extra balls are turned on. So if he goes for those drop targets and knows that, which he does know, it's written on the machine's back glass that extra balls are still on and you are allowed to play them. You get that by hitting the drop targets on the right-hand side, I think 4 times? I'll have to check that. However, you can shoot it up the left-hand spinner and over those green rollover targets up the top. When you go over the green rollover target that's lit, it will give you that drop target. It will drop down that drop target, and you can sweep those from left to right. Going for the ramp again, just really trying to inflate that ramp bonus score. So going into the ramp here at 358 and coming out at 413. Really starting to see how this ramp builds up your score throughout a game. So it's not an exponentially greater scoring, but it is linear, and it doesn't stop until about 90 per shot. So that is another shot into the Xenon hole. Is lock lit yet? Not quite. And Doesn't quite get into the Xenon hole. Can he bounce it in? No. A little bit of nudging there going. Not quite far enough though. You don't want to tilt on your last ball, especially when Xenon, if you're getting those 2 and 4 times bonuses, you're really going to be racking up a large score for your bonus. And at this point, it's probably better just to let the ball drain. Nice shot at the ramp on the fly there. And dangerously coming off the sling, but he seems to just be expertly just playing each one shot to the sling here. He's just playing them all as they lie, just each one individually. You know, that one went down the right lane before, that one went down the left lane. Let's see what this one comes to. So this is what I want to see. I want to see different strategies being employed and which one works better. And this one going for the, if you are able to keep control of a rogue ball, like Scott clearly is, I think going for the ramp is probably the best shot. He can hit it with such consistency. Look at this and look at those scores go up. It's a beautiful play because that shot out of the kicker there is going to your sling. There is no consistency from that, and he's managing to just hold on to it. Doesn't quite hit the white switch beneath the green target light at the top. Not hitting the ramp there. But able to get the drop targets down, and that's the end of that game, unless he managed to get that drop target extra ball, which I don't believe he did. Oh, he did! Excellent. So we've got an extra ball in play here, people. So this should be an amazing game of Xenon if we can get a multi-ball here. So just going for that ramp shot, giving nearly 100,000 points every time. Right, maybe I counted that wrong. Xenon hole. So it looks like he's just favoring this ramp. He really has got this ramp dialed in and just playing the game off the sling. You know, it's risky, but he has the skills to do it. It's a risky strategy that he is absolutely nailing. This is what risk-reward and pinball is all about. He's controlling an uncontrollable situation, essentially, and he's doing a fine job of it. If anyone was ever wanting to learn just about keeping your cool and ball control, this is probably a really good one to watch. Look at that, not even worried. Right ramp again. Going from getting some of those right drop targets. Oh, a little nudge there. It's going to tilt. No, it does not, because these have been set quite tight this morning. We set them quite tight. And it was a tilt, and that was going to be the end of that bonus, which was quite high. But over 1 million on Xenon, that's pretty good. So we have another extra ball in play on Xenon. And we've lost it. So we've had 2 tilted extra balls in this game. Or did that one not tilt? I don't know what happened there exactly. However, that game is now over with a very impressive score of over 1 million. And that was some really impressive play. We got to see some really nice ramp work there. We didn't get to see a multi-ball in there. However, the multi-ball doesn't really give all that much extra if you're just trying to go for a consistency strategy. Having multi-ball in there might not be what you want, because if you're trying to just consistently keep control of the ball coming out of a kick out, if you have 2 balls, you're going to need both flippers, you might lose both balls. So the consistency of that game was just perfect. I don't even know what to say of that. So coming up next on to... we got a few really good players coming up soon on Xenon. We have got Travier, we've got Stu, we've got Greg, and we've got a few others who are in the, quite active in the Melbourne community, coming up onto this beautiful classic. So just recording the scores, plunging through, and getting the first drop target down off the plunge. That plunge went over the lit green target over at the top, which means that the first drop target is down. It then lit the second one, but didn't go over it. Into the Xenon hole, which you then got to hit enough times to light your lock.
Are you 168?
Not quite hitting those drop targets there, and hitting the number 1 drop target again. That was unfortunate, since it's already down from the skill shot. Now those bumpers can be absolutely dangerous because the ball can come straight off them and straight down this middle. Kick out here onto the right sling. Let's see how he controls it. And he doesn't. It does not have enough momentum coming off the left swing, off the right sling to be saved. It goes straight down the middle, and that is what that strategy is all about. If you're going to be going for the ramp, you need to be able to control it coming off that sling, which is nearly impossible. And you've just got to play your absolute hardest. No tilt warnings on this machine, so it is just your flippers stop working if you tilt too hard. Nice shot at the drop targets, which nearly went up into the Xenon hole. Oh, nearly got a backhand up into the ramp, but didn't quite make it. Comes back around and hits the number 1 target. Number 1 target is flashing and lit. Oh, and a beautiful death save there by accident. Comes back out, kept his cool. Lazarus save all the way. And there we go. Nice shot to the ramp.
Only one at a time.
Oh.
Wes, did you just take yourself out of the queue? One at a time.
So we're going for our second ball skill shot. Falling into the Xenon hole. Sorry, there's so much going on around me. It's getting distracting. Yes, perfect timing on switching to Xenon with these amazing games we've actually seen being played. And onto that ramp. Oh, straight off the drop targets off the right and down the middle. That was unfortunate, but if you just don't hit them high enough, it's going to come off that 4th drop target right back down at you. Well, that's the end of that game. We're going to maybe watch another one on Xenon, see if we can see what their strategy is and if they're doing anything different. Because we have got Stu coming up. Stu is helping us run this tournament today. He is an absolute legend, but he's also participating. So this is his go. Not quite making it into the Xenon hole off the launch. And straight down the middle. Not a great start for Stu. And you see him walk away in frustration from the machine. He managed to get a perfect 0 score off the first ball. I don't know if that ball will actually register. I guess we'll have to find out. Straight into the ramp, which will only give him 5,000 points to start with, but you will see those points start to really stack up. It's now lit for 10,000 points. Oh, very, very tricky flipper work there, saving that ball. And that's coming out at 10, getting 10,000 points from there. And coming off the slings and out into the right out lane. Down to the last ball for Stu. He's going to really need to make this one count if he doesn't want to have to re-qualify on this machine. Makes it into the Xenon hole, first time. Good start. Floating over, nudging to make sure to keep it safe. He does not want that ball going anywhere near these out lanes, and they are hungry today. Going for that ramp shot, which is going to pop out onto the right sling. Let's see how this plays out for him. Oh, very nice. Down the left hand, in lane. Just keeping some nice loose control on the ball here. Letting it roll, back up the flippers. And just letting her come to a rest on his right flipper. Going for the spinner. Not as dangerous a shot as it might appear, but coming back very fast. Managing to keep control over his right hand flipper. Going for the ramp shot again, which gives him 20,000. Is he going to go for the ramp again? No, drop targets it is. And unfortunately, we cannot see whether or not the drop targets, what's lit on them due to the light source being so bright above it and coming off the wax on the machine. Oh, and a sad and frustrating. Oh, Stu might not be happy with that, but he has another ball. Perhaps the first ball that just registered 0 didn't count. All right, he's got it trapped. Heading up towards the drop targets, and it's out the right-hand out lane, and that is it. Game over, I believe. With a score of 188,000. He might want to requalify on that, but Stu, great effort. You know, we've seen you do amazing, amazing things at these Spinball tournaments. On Xenon now next, we've got Greg coming up. Greg G is going to be, hopefully, smash this game out. This kind of thing is his bag. These era of games, what he loves. Rocking up to the machine. And taking a feel. Flipper on the plunger, and away we go. Doesn't get any of the drop targets down from the green target linked up the top. But a nice backhand up the right ramp worth 5,000 points, but now lit for 10. That very dangerous shot coming straight off the slings, getting some drop targets in it, and straight up the spinner on the fly and into the Xenon hole. Beautiful. Getting some more drop targets. Will he maybe save that? And beautiful. Nice switch off the right-hand flipper there. Greg knows what he's doing, and he's an amazing instinct for this kind of stuff. So, got a nice and safe on the right-hand flipper, and up the spinner, but doesn't quite make it all the way around to the drop target area. So for those, just to reiterate, the green targets at the top of this field, if you roll over the correct corresponding switch that's flashing, it'll put down the corresponding drop target. Those drop targets give you some major awards in this game, so they are nothing to laugh at. That's where you get 4 and 2 times bonus. That's where you get your extra balls. Definitely worth a lot of points tied up in there. Trying to do a post pass here, not worth another attempt, too risky. But that left-hand spinner shot is giving people some trouble. It's very tight. The ball held for lock there. Relaunching the ball, hopefully going to get a couple of the targets. None off some of the drop targets, but he wanted to go into that Xenon hole to start multi-ball here. We're going to get a multi-ball if it goes back in there. Coming off the bumpers, hoping to get a nice lucky bump to get up into that hole. And not quite there. Some nice flipper action going on down here. Oh, beautiful shot there. That was, easily could have gone astray, but just the reactions and keeping his cool. Knowing that this game plays slower and you have to slow down your slap passes almost. And that was almost unsavable from that really soft bounce off the right-hand flipper. I am being asked in the chat by, sorry, I can't quite see your name. Cursed one, yes. What are the blue and yellow Xenon letters above the flippers? Bonus, and how do you like them? Yes, those are your bonuses. And before I die of consumption, apparently. Those are your bonuses. You can get, you will see that there is a yellow shot that lights up around the field. Currently, it is lit just to the left of the bottom bumper. So if you go to the bottom bumper, go to the left, you'll see a yellow arrow. That will add, I believe, 2,000 to your bonus. And it moves when you hit it. And also you can get bonus by hitting the drop targets on the right and by doing various other things. Your bonus is held if you hit, I think, 20,000, 40,000, and 60,000 on Xenon. Now, your bonus is held from ball to ball, if that's the case, if you can hit those milestones. Your bonus multipliers are your drop targets. I think if you get them down once, times 2, get them down twice, times 3, or 4, I can't quite remember, and you can't quite see from this view, because I am only seeing what you're seeing. Because if you can, on the first ball, if you can rack up a huge bonus, it's probably worth going just for those multipliers, because that bonus will be held over to a certain extent. I'm trying to think of another game that employs that kind of holdover method. If anyone can think of one in the chat, let me know. What is a game that holds over your bonus once you... Paragon, I believe. Paragon holds over your bonuses in the same way this game does between balls if you hit certain milestones. And into the Xenon hole there. Not quite got as locked it yet. I'm not sure about Fathom. I have played Fathom. I have not played Harlem Globetrotters, but I have seen it for the first time here today at Flipout 2018. So If you're in Melbourne, come on down, check it out. It's a lot of fun. We're open again tomorrow at the Bayside Pinball Club's usual meeting place, the Sandbelt Hotel. We're seeing some just really, really, really nice play here from what am I looking at? From Gareth. Gareth, oh, just missing that and just not allowing it to come through. Could have nudged it perhaps to save that ball, but it is not worth risking that bonus, and it can be really lucrative. So shot into the bumpers. Lock is not lit yet. You want a few more Xenon hole shots, but it looks like it might be a shift of strategy if he's just going for the ramp to get this ball in control and see what he's going for. Oh, some very down the middle play, and oh, unfortunately, on these older machines, it is really, really hard. You have to get your slap saves slower than you're used to on these newer machines. These newer machine slap saves, you can just go really quick. These ones, you have to slow down and let the ball travel. Straight into the Xenon hole. Beautiful. Coming dangerously off the slings there. Oh, very nice. Managing to get some of those drop targets. Drop target down. Round 1 is already down. Already down to the second round of drop targets. The bonuses of those are worth so many points. It's really, I think, often underappreciated. Yes, it's a dangerous shot, but you can also bounce from the drop targets. If you look at the geometry from the left flipper to the drop targets, there's actually a nice straight line straight up to the Xenon hole. So more times than not, when you're going for 2 and 3, if you're on like a consistent machine, and sad drain coming off the left, if he just once again slowed down his slap saves, would have been able to keep it. But back to the drop targets, you could actually just bounce it off 2 and 3 straight up into the Xenon hole. Good chance of it going in there too. That is the end of that game with a 205,000 point score. Not too bad. Now we have another choice of some games here that we might take a look at. So let's see who's playing what. And we are back with Terminator 3. There's no fate for what we make for ourselves, as this DMD is showing us. Now, I don't quite get this part of the, this is in the track mode. I thought something was going to happen, but they just show this American flag. I was expecting like a Terminator to bust out, but apparently we just need to learn more at sternpinball.com. If you like American flags, this game has one. There you go. Fun stuff. What's the trivia I can think of on this game? It is very, very similar to Terminator 2, the pinball machine. In fact, you could almost argue that this is Terminator 2, and not Terminator 3. Or you could just say Terminator 3, it's probably easier. We're still waiting for someone to rock on up, and they have a long line. So Wal is going to be next on Terminator 3, and I don't know how much he knows the game rules, but it could be a really, really interesting game. The lock shot is lit by hitting the drop target on the third from the right shot that has an arrow in front of it. You can see a nice green arrow flashing there. Once again, that beautiful American flag on the DMD doing what it's doing. It's a very patriotic game, apparently. Perhaps the movie wasn't patriotic enough, or they were worried about people playing a game that, I don't know, you're a robot. Just needed to make sure people have remembered of how patriotic this game is. We're still waiting for Wal to rock on up to his game. And if he does not rock on up soon, it is going to be a skip, and he's back to the back of the line. We have 8 people in the line at the moment, so it seems like it is a skip, and we're moving on to the next person, who is Han Reed. Okay, so the skill shots in this game, you basically just get to choose whatever the hell you want, and it'll give it to you. So we got the TX challenge, shoot anything. What a brilliant skill shot. But here we go, shooting anything, straight up the lock shot. But nice. So again, because you've gone up you got 5 seconds to shoot everything again. These are nice simple starting modes. With a nice simple The simple rule set with this game is that if you follow the instructions on the DMD, you're probably going to do alright. Go for the green shot, which is your lock shot, and yes. Now, not seen on any of the cameras here is the RPG mode, which is in the back glass. It's not that interesting and not that fun to watch, so it's probably better just to see the DMD. But you can see it a little bit in the view of the whole room. If you've played Terminator 3 and you're in the chat, what is your favorite strategy? Let me know. So the lock shot is lit by hitting the drop target in front of the lock shot, a la Terminator 2. So once you hit that lock shot, it's locked. Very simple locking mechanism. You really can't just argue with those kind of classics. And there is ball 1 locked. 2 more for multi-ball. Not really much you can do with the plunger, as it is just a trigger plunger with shaped as a gun. With no control, I believe, over power or anything else. And beautiful combos on these ramps, where they're not worth too many points. And that right ramp isn't even registering, if you might have noticed. Or that might have, we got to play it as it lies in pinball, it's a non-critical failure. But it doesn't look like that right ramp is registering any points. You're gonna have to play around that, which is often a part of tournament play. We hear from Cursed One that he or she likes to go for the rewards on the left orbit ladder. 100,000 points. And we've got a countdown going on here at the lock. So what's going on here is the RPG mode. So if you look in the bottom left screen on the stream, you'll see that there's a flashing back glass. It's a very odd mechanism that captures the ball, and you just got to aim it. It aims up and down. Just pans up and down, and you just got to choose when to shoot it. You don't get that many points from it. It's not that interesting, but it's fun. A right ramp giving him a response this time, which is good. Oh, and a nice slap save there. Beautiful. Would have gone down the middle otherwise. And straight up the lock shot from the left flipper. That's not all that common. Usually that shot is kind of made from the right flipper. You see the shot's kind of angled that way. But yeah, straight up there, no problems, no dramas. 1,000,000 points from the left ladder award ladder. The left orbit award ladder. And payback time is lit. And that is the end of that ball. So only, a brilliant ball one, 5 million points from payback time mode, and a total of 1 million from the bonus. Starting ball 2 with 21 million almost. Getting control of that. Ball save is off very quickly here. Oh, RPG is lit. Will he be going for it as a strategy? While it doesn't give away many points, it's safe and the ball will not drain during RPG mode. So it's a good way to increase ball time and maybe get some extra points. Oh, and out of the left lane, and the kicker didn't activate. So it didn't count either.
B will be 2 rounds of match play, so 8 winner. A division is 3 rounds.
Shoot the TX for multi-ball. So we are down to the last lock and we are down to the last ball. If he drains, the multi-ball is worth nothing, and those locks worth at naught. The kickback is lit via the start here from his mystery bonus, which is very, very fortuitous. That's basically an extra ball if it goes down there. And he really wants to be hitting that lock shot just to get into that multi-ball. Too risky here without it. Oh, didn't quite make it, and nearly gets a shot down the middle, trying to avoid that. It's really, really what you want to be avoiding. It's running wild. These flippers don't go all that high. And not quite making it into the lock shot. Going to try again with the ball on the fly. And again, up into the lock shot. It's going to come back out. Not quite. Back in there on the fly. Back in there on the fly. Not going to quite make it. This is getting some risky play. You're seeing the frustration come through. And oh, it's nearly down the middle. He's so close to getting that third ball locked. But he's gone back into RPG mode. Maybe just get a couple million from this. Go back for that lock shot. Let the flippers cool down a little bit and just Hope this all goes well. We have an hour and a half left worth of qualifying. So people are really going to be wanting to get their games in. Struggling with that top RPG shot by the looks of it. And getting a total of 420 out of the RPG mode. Not quite. He's going to really want to make it up that lock shot. No, so close. Really getting those tip passes. He's playing desperate. He's playing fast. Not getting the control maybe he needs. But this game is going all right. This ball is an absolute cracker. Go up the lock shot and doesn't make it. And nearly again, coming straight down the middle. Those lock shot misses will bounce the ball right back, and we have got it. Brilliant. Sorry for clapping into the microphone. And that was the multi-ball start. So we're looking for the Terminator shots. You want to be hitting the lit shots here, which will then light up so that your jackpots. You want to be hitting the right and left ramp here, and then also the jackpot shot up at the lock shot. Super jackpot collected. And the last ball drains out, maybe being able to get some courtesy time. No, maybe if that had gone up it would have, but it looks like courtesy time. Oh wait, it's not over. There was a ball hidden somewhere that I did not see. My fault, and I apologize to the viewers at home. Beautiful shot up the right hand ramp. Sorry, left ramp from the right flipper. Really not using a lot of dead bouts. Really like lively flipping these away, just trying to keep them alive for as long as possible. Climbing up and getting these bonuses. Into the RPG mode again. Now the RPG mode has a countdown from 10 million, so I'm assuming if anyone ever finishes RPG mode, they get whatever that countdown value is. 2 left, 2 targets left. Can he make the 2 RPG targets? The top one is very difficult. I found that actually aiming for the very bottom of the target works better. It bounces off the ground. With 540,000 out of RPG, it will pop back out of it and come nicely to his right flipper. Straight up the ramp. Let's see some combos here. Oh, not quite. That lock shot is actually quite easy, but if it doesn't have enough power to get up the middle, it comes down very dangerous and very fast. Often hard to predict which side it's going to kind of err on if you want to do a slap save. Beautiful comboing there. Payback time is now activated with 1 million points per shot. So really right now you just want to be hitting every shot you can just to get as many points as possible. So comboing these shots would be great. Second, 1 combo, 2 combo, 3 combo, 4 combos on these ramps. Beautiful play during this payback time. Not quite making it on the 5th. And bringing it back again for another million. That was a 5 million comeback total, with payback total being 8 million. But 5 of those 8 million from those little combo run up the ramp by itself, so definitely was really worthwhile getting those points. Over 10% of his score added from that mode. Shooting up the right ramp, which luckily kickback was lit. That is essentially an extra ball for him. Kickback can be relit via the targets on the left-hand side, just above the kickback. You see 3 arrow targets. Once you hit those, kickback is relit. That is essentially an extra ball because that ball will go down that left out lane a lot. Going for the ramps again. Really seems to, comboing this ramp seems to be a really good strategy. But now that locks are lit again, start working towards that multi-ball. It's probably more worthwhile. You're only getting a couple million per ramp. I don't know, those multi-ball jackpots are worth a lot. That hurry up orbit being worth 5 million also really helped the sword, another 10%. Once again, to reiterate the similarities between this game and Terminator 2, it's essentially the same video mode with just different targets. Here you're shooting kind of tanks and flying droids. In that one you're shooting robots. Ball 1 is locked. 2 more for multi-ball, but he may have to work harder to get those locks lit after the first round of multi-ball jackpots. I'm not sure how easy it is to relight the locks. I guess we'll find out. Combering these ramps nicely. And out of the left-hand lane with a really, really harsh no kick-out left-out lane drain. 1.7 million bonus is not too bad, and that is the end of that game, and that's a pretty good score. It was a nice long game, long ball times. The problem we're having with Terminator 3 is that no one played it earlier in the day. People just kind of were avoiding it. It had no queue, and now everyone's queuing up to try and play it in the last hour. Will they all get in time? I guess we will have to find out. No one rocking up to the machine quite yet, but next in line is Han Reed, unless that was who was just playing. And we have Wall, who has stepped up to the machine after missing his turn last time. Jump in the queue. Wall is a local legend. Is that Wall? Oh, sorry, I might have misgotten that. Might not be who I think it is. Going to try and get those ramps to start payback time. Seems to be really the strategy at play a lot. But those multi-ball locks are probably worth more than anything else on the playfield right now because they are an easy shot that is easy to lock. You know, it's an easy, reasonably safe lock to make. Your locks hold from ball to ball, so I personally would be trying to get as many locks as I could on ball 1. So if I drain, then, you know, it's just kind of sitting there waiting for me on ball 2.
I don't even know how to do that. Still got 2 hours. Yeah, no, I still got to play Terminator. I've got to wait for that. It's going to be an hour easy. I haven't played it yet. You've just put it, yeah, neither have I. I'm not going to even bother.
So the hurry up activated for 5 million on the left orbit here. Doesn't quite make it, but it's going to be about 4.5 if he makes it here. Doesn't. He's not even going for it at the moment. That left orbit is still lit for about 3 million, and he did not get it, leaving points on the table with about double the score. We're seeing a lot of shots up the right orbit. I'm not quite sure what the trick is here, but it's got something lit up there. The mystery award could be anything. What could it be? Command center. So command center is the left orbit. We're just giving prizes for that. Nice control of the ball there. Shooting up, comboing it up the left orbit. And there's your command center 4. Here's the video mode we all know and love from Terminator 2. Repurposed for Terminator 3. Seems harder. Can't be hit 3 times and they just start going at you. Really want to be comboing these shots here and try and racking up some points. I'm not quite sure what strategies at play here, but it better be a long haul because I'm not quite sure how many of these points are going to get racked up. Once again, going to RPG mode, seeing the top flashing mode. Just trying to hit as many of these targets as can, and if you hit them all, you get whatever the countdown value is. Making it not ever worth that much, because by the time you're down to the last target, it's 2 million. Ball shooting up to the command center again. Command center 5 is done. Now he earns an extra ball. Of course, because this is a tournament, all extra balls are turned off. So instead getting 10 million, which is more than doubled his score at the moment.
Don't buy them yet.
We're up next. We're up next, Nick. Ball's still going. We score into it.
Security level 4 completed. Going up nice, comboing these ramps. And payback time is activated, so this is where you want to be just getting as many shots as you can. 1 million per lit shot. I think you got 5 or 6 lit shots on the field that are worth 1 million points each. So gotten into multi-ball, beautiful. So it's going to be to shoot the TX, which is right up the middle. There we go. Bang, bang, bang. 1.5 million just from that alone. That's worthwhile. This is where you're going to see the points really start to stack up. Essentially, I mean, this multi-ball is just payback mode all the time with multiple balls, and the points stack. So really going for multi-ball seems to be the strategy in this game.
Yeah, it's multiple all day.
It seems like all other points on this game just really don't seem as consequential as the multi-ball in this game. But the multi-ball is at least played fun. So going for the orbits right now, which will be worth, I think, double. Plus escape seems to also be lit still. And getting an outer ball, which is lucky just as the ball drain. Oh, and losing it, so we got a nice drain with an outer ball, and that ends our multi-ball, I believe, unless one is hiding away again. But he exits out of it into payback time, which is not a bad way to kind of finish it off. Every shot's still worth 1 million points. So we're back into the RPG mode. Looking again, just trying to get all of those white targets before the countdown timer finishes. I've not managed to see anyone do it yet tonight, but I guess we'll find out. See if it happens. Down to 1 million, and round will end. And once again, RPG mode ends with people just making less than 1 million points, making it not all that worthwhile. Lock shot made beautifully there. Ball 1 locked. 2 more for multi-ball. Shooting around the head of Arnold Schwarzenegger, I guess. And, oh, nice slap save there. Gonna get a kick out here, which is gonna really save him. And the kick out is relit. Lovely. And, oh, an unfortunate drain down the right-hand out lane. Just as the kick out was lit out of a kick out. That was very nice play. Maybe not as high scoring as you intended it to be, but he has got his locks lit. You know, he's got 2 balls still left in it. I reckon this is going to be a really nice big score. His locker ball there would probably be the most worthwhile one. He's got a choice between locker ball, RPG, and I didn't even see what the other one was. Locking the ball to me would definitely be priority. With 2 balls locked, he's only 2 shots away from multi-ball if he can make them. And straight out the out lane. Really unfortunate, but great. He got one of those balls locked off the skill shot, so not an entirely waste of a ball. He's lining up for his last ball, choosing between bonus multiply, TX challenge, and mystery. Didn't like the choice of any others, so the mystery could be anything. Award weapon, so now he's got 4 out of 5 weapons. Probably, ideally, would be going for the lock shot, but doesn't seem to be activating it. with 2 locks lit and on his third ball. This is very dangerous every time it goes over to that right-hand outlane. The left-hand outlane isn't so dangerous, it's got a kickback on it, but that right-hand one is just hungry and there is no way to get it back. And one more ramp shot for payback time, I think. Or perhaps I missed. So right now trying to finish red mode by hitting all the flashing shots, but okay, luckily it was given as a kickback, but that kickback is now gone. So relighting the kickback of the 3 targets above it, those 3 red targets on the left-hand side, they are the kickback. So that is ball 3 locked, and we're going to jump into the multi-ball. The multi-ball will just be trying to get jackpots at each shot. Once you've got all the jackpot shots, super jackpot lights up the middle. Let's see how many points you can get out of this jackpot and just how important getting a multi-ball is to this game. Getting the ×2 bonus multiplier from the top lanes. Losing ball, not first ball, but getting it back with the ball save.
I had 1 entry left and I was in the queue for strikes and spares, and then I got voided somehow.
Was it better or worse than your previous score?
I was in the queue. The alien poker was voided because that was worse.
Left ramp for
I
jackpot.
put myself
And if he just gets this in time, he might get super jackpot if he goes up the middle, but he has not.
and then it came up as voided. I'm not in the queue anymore.
What I'll do.
After Wall's very long playing game of this, I think we might go on to something else. But that's the end of Wall's game, very long playing game. Terminator is playing very long today, and Ask Much is the one with the largest queue in the tournament. Looks like it's almost an hour queue for get a game on Terminator, so if you're not in it quickly, you might not get a second chance. Almost guaranteed to not get a second chance at going around on it. So you really have to make your first game on Terminator 3 today count. And now we're back to Dialed In. Joining on a second ball here from Eric Henning. Once again, these are all of the qualifyings for today, so we're really getting to know what these games are going to look like for tomorrow in the tournament, where we have the A and B division finals. Oh, I don't want that. What? What are you doing? What was the problem?
One of the overlays was priority over the other.
And we're just joining this reasonably high-scoring game of Dialed In, ball 2, where the ball is seemingly somewhere. Giving it a little bit of a nudge, see what we can find. Ball search was, okay, the ball was behind the electrician. He shoots the electrician to try and get that ball. There we go, backhanding up the left ramp. Coming out through the bumpers. Beautiful tip pass, going down the lanes, nice. Straight up the Quantum Theatre and up that side ramp into the lock. And that is the lock. So lock 1 made. Trying to soft plunge it. Coming down to that flipper and hitting it straight into the mode hole. I have never seen that done. That was lovely. Just soft plunging it onto the top right flipper and straight into the mode hole to start the multi-ball. Well done. That was some really, really good strategy. Alright, so the balls are released for multi-ball. Multi-ball, you want to be hitting all off the flashing targets. Then you will have a super jackpot lit. Jackpot. Down at the Quantum Theatre collected. Jackpot on the left orbit collected. No, not yet. That was the right ramp. My mistake. Got another jackpot lit at the right ramp again. With the laser being shot at the left flipper. So we're out of multi-ball again. We have got the mode hole relit. What modes are we going to try and get to? Modes, of course, worth a lot of points. You're starting a different natural disaster in each mode, and you're then solving the problem. Don't really quite know what the point of that is, but it is a really fun game, and trying to get into that mode hole. Hitting the electrician a lot, and just going for the quantum theater here. So I'm wondering what strategy is at play. Straight up into the quantum theater again. Nearly backhanding it up the left ramp, but not quite making it. And the SIM card is collected. Getting him a D and dialed in. Quantum theater, dropping it back down with the mode hole now lit. He's going to want to get it into that phone to start a mode, and he does it even with the electrician in the way from the left flipper. It's a very tight shot, but it's doable if you can just balance. I'm just being told now that this player owns one of these machines himself, so we might see some really, really good play.
Hello, I'm with you. Have you got an all access? Yeah, George and I.
Oh. Got the big bang, which would have completed the mode. Media mode would have been completed, so the SIM card's probably lit, but straight out that left lane without the kickback. There's not really much coming back from it. Also, you're really got to be careful tilting on this machine. It's just your dangers carry throughout the entire game. Your tilt warnings do not they don't reset after each ball.
That will be $10.
Mode hold it again for another natural disaster. What are we going to get? Oh, the electrician's moved in the way, making the shot a bit harder, but it's definitely still hittable, as we've just learnt. Nice shot up the side ramp, but it wasn't lit for lock, so it just comes out. Another nice shot up the side ramp, but once again, not lit for lock. Seeing these consistent side ramp shots is really nice, but you want them to mean something. Electrician hit, moving him out of the way, and that's down the right-hand lane, and that is ball 3, and that's out. That 500,000 points on this game is a really, really good score. High score 3 for the day, apparently. However, I think I need a drink, so I might be taking a quick break, and I will be handing it over, possibly, to Martin. Enjoy, everyone. I shall be back as soon as possible.
Take as long as you want, man.
I don't. We were just saying that you know that game. You did really well.
I won't be anywhere near as good as David. Because you know when it comes to rules. Who have we got on here? Oh, we got Stu. Stu is very familiar to Melbourne Silverball. He is part of the tournament crew and often on the stream as well. And he's sitting just about on the bubble at the moment for A, I think. Yeah, so he is currently 20th, so yeah, he needs to improve on his score to be able to improve that. Let's have a look and see what he's done. Oh, there you go. So his previous score on Dialed In was 97,000, so he will definitely improve on that, we hope. So he's got his multi-ball ready. Is he going to backhand it? Missed it. Slow it down, Stu. And there it is. So, I mean, look, you can prioritise a lot of things, but you really want to try and get your atta ball, just so you can get your additional safety. We're done. Oh, I think we are done. That was unfortunate. You can just look at him. You can tell he's slumping over. What mode's he going to go for? Phone needs a bit of... There we go. So mode is now lit. Backhand at Stu. Backhand at Stu. Stu, backhand. Modes are where this game's at. Come on.
Brave! 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 Can you get Brent? Can you get Brent, the guy playing that game? Brent, the guy playing that game. Right in front of you.
That lights
Straight
his
ahead.
lock.
Brent! Brent!
That's Brent up on Terminator 3. Currently at the moment, Terminator 3's got a queue, a wait of about an hour and a half. It's a very long playing game. Dialed in's a little bit more. There we go, nice slide save. Double danger. He's lucky to have gotten that. Backhand the scoop, buddy. Backhand. Looks like he's going for locks, but backhand, buddy. Yeah, so the magnet's on in the theatre. It's a good shot if you're going for your lock shots because it'll obviously orbit around to the right flipper, but it was holding the magnet, so Stu, buddy. At least that's an improvement on his last game. Oh. Oh yeah. We might let you just watch this. Because I think this is me playing.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are here at the live pinball show in Melbourne, Flipout 2018, and are looking in at the dialed-in machine for the tournament, for the A and B division qualifying tournaments. We've only got, what is this, 2 hours left, or an hour and a half left in qualifying, and a lot of people still have to get some games in. It's going to be really, really tight to see what's going to happen at on Terminator 3 and whether or not enough people are going to get their games in. People didn't want to play it earlier on. It was sitting there with an empty queue, and now it has a queue of over an hour. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. So let's go back to the game we're currently looking at. Oh, we have got Martin here. Didn't realize Martin was actually playing. So Martin has gotten into his multi-ball here, coming straight out of the scoop. Everyone loves Martin. If you're... What's going on in the chat? Who's watching? If you're there, say hello, and let me know what you think of Martin's playing. Martin, of course, is one of the hosts of Head to Head Pinball, and is actually the owner of this channel. I'm just stepping in, because he asked me to. So chat, I want to know, what would you rate Martin's playing of this game of Dialed In? Getting the jackpots nicely out of the multi-balls, but now that multi-ball is over, so he is going to relight some locks, I think. Alright, hitting the... Hart needs to hit the electrician again to light the mode, but instead he's going for the ramps. He's going for lock is lit at the left ramp, and now the lock is lit on the side ramp for him. Blue is SIM card at the end of ball 1. Yes? Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and pinball is a harsh mistress, as we all know. Oh, really fast play there for going up the Quantum Theater and around the side, missing the shot for the side ramp, which he's obviously going for. I think he's going for another multi-ball. Side ramp makes the lock beautiful. That lock has been made. Oh, better than his repair skills. Pepper throwing some shade. I will have you know that all of the machines have been running really well due to the team we've had here at Flipout today. And thank you so much to all the people who have helped and who have even donated machines and who have helped run the tournament. And thank all of you watchers, because without you, this doesn't happen. And you really bring the love into this community that we all so care about. Lighting the lock again at the ramp, meaning that 2 locks are now lit for him. And into the kicker. Hitting the electrician, lighting his mode at the phone. Is he going to go for the mode? No, he's going for that lock again. He really wants in this multi-ball. He is going for a killer. Ball 2 is locked. He is going for the 3-ball multi-ball, which is now lit at the phone. Here he goes. Can he try and get this without draining, because he's on his last ball? That was really intense. It's going down the middle. It's coming down the left shoot. Out of the bait, crazy bob shot down the middle and going up the side ramp, but not off the right upper flipper, but off the right lower flipper, just lazily. Coming down, oh, nice nudge, keeping the ball in play, not making sure that he doesn't lose it. Not going into that multi-ball hold, really trying to get it into that phone lock. All or nothing right here. With 500,000 points, this could really grow his game, and it is over. That was a very disappointing finish for him, but that was still a really good game. You see Martin's hand fly up. There go those 2 locked balls. Everyone, say in chat what you think of Martin. Well done. And he hits high score 6 of the day at 462,000. So close to posting an absolute monster score, but those locks mean nothing if you don't start the multi-ball before the end of your 3rd ball. So really maybe should have been worthwhile going for one of those modes, try and get it during that, but everything's 2020 in retrospect. That is a great score. However, I would not have been surprised if he would have been able to push that to maybe above 1 million had he managed to get the next multi-ball and then maybe start another mode. Yes, Martin is wishing he got that. Hi, Martin. Do you have any comments to say about that game?
I wish I got that SIM card.
Well, for those of you...
Very bad reject off that multi-ball shot. I should have run that.
Yeah, he's saying that he lost because the machine wasn't fair. No, he's saying that he's saying that very harsh reject off the multi-ball shot there. He should have gotten it, but that mode start and multi-ball start saucer scoop has been really, really tricky all day. Thank you, Shannon. I'm sure he appreciates it.
Thank you, Shannon.
So we're straight into another game. And who is on this? I need to look at the thing. So right now we have Tim Chapman on Dialed In, going for a more mode-based strategy. And, that looked like it was going in. However, the angle of the camera on the replay that we're seeing, you really want to be aiming slightly left of the phone, the bottom of the phone. Once again going for that mode shot and not quite getting it. Really frustrating, trying to get some control here. Okay, going around the side, going for that side ramp shot, but instead hitting the SIM card slot. In the background I can hear someone playing Itchy and Scratchy multi-ball on The Simpsons, and that was a powerful, powerful drain. There was almost no time to react to that. Full plunge coming in from the flipper, trying to go up Crazy Bobs, doesn't quite make it for the skill shot, but the skill shot still lit at Theodore if he can make it in time, but he does not, and it goes down to the side. Lazily going up the left side ramp, but not from the right hand upper flipper. Making the Crazy Bob shot, not quite, doesn't quite make it around. What's frustrating about that shot is we actually have a better view about whether or not it's going to make it around the Crazy Bob shot and whether or not it's going to come back. We get a better view from above. And the warning, danger, danger, tilt. That wasn't a good idea. Because specifically on Dialed In, your tilt warnings carry through the game. He has 0 tilt warnings for the rest of the game, as I understand it in the way that it's been set up. If he shakes this once, it is over. There are no more dangers. Marty is sitting next to me, and he is definitely reading all of these, and he says, I love you back to you all. You guys bring the passion. You guys make the community what it is. Making the lock shot up Crazy Bob's shot. Ball 1 lock. The next lock has to be made at the side ramp if it is to be made at all. You do not need it, but you can relight it by going... Whoa! Something's happening there with the camera. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Just lost a little bit of signal, but we're back. Up the Quantum Theatre. So is the left ramp the lock light on Dialed In?
Yeah, it gets harder each time.
Yes.
I think the third time it's left and right.
Thanks, Shannon. It's really nice to know we've got viewers from all around the world.
Oh, thank you, Shannon.
All right, we are into the multi-ball. Now, multi-ball here is you're just really trying to hit all of those lit shots. Each lit shot is worth...
Get your at-ball first.
So we're getting some strategy input advice. We're getting...
3 shots into the SIM card, into the telephone scoop.
3 shots into the telephone scoop is at-a-ball. I did not know this because I've never aimed for the scoop really during multi-ball. So Martin giving us some of that extra game cred here. Really, I mean, this is it's part of what I love about pinball so much is the community aspect of learning how to play these games together. It kind of reminds me of a sad drain coming out of the left ramp there, not quite making it. But that ball was not the end of it, I don't think. Oh, it was. But still, 75,000 isn't too bad. But what I was saying is that there's so much love in this community, and when a new machine comes out, everyone gathers together and they work at new strategies and new ways to fix it, or new ways to approach the game, and new ways to try and push the high score. And it's that communal way of gameplay, that communal gameplay, where no one person is figuring out the strategy, but everyone else is kind of putting into it. I love it so much. It reminds me of going to when you were a kid and you didn't know how to get through Zelda. You go to a friend who had Zelda and like, have you been through this dungeon? They either have or they hadn't, and they could either help you or you try and work it out together. And that is still that spirit is still preserved in the pinball community. Speedrunning, pinball, and high score communities. That's why I love you. We're still waiting for the next person to roll on up onto Dialed In, which will be Shannon Paul. Sorry, Shannon, not you, but a different Shannon. Shout out to Jersey Jack, who is actually here today. I would like to say hi and meet him. I have yet to meet Jack from Jersey Jack, but he's made his way out to Australia to help show off some of his amazing pinball machines. Yes, Peppers, exactly. I just love that feeling so much. Thank you, Peppers. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Yomago. Sorry, I'm very bad at reading at the moment. Fairground Yahoo. Who else has been saying it up? I love you all. Thank you so much for participating and watching. But we are not even close to being in the finish yet. We have got nearly an hour and a half still left of qualifying. And there are going to be some desperate games on Terminator. I don't know if everyone's going to get through it. Shannon, Pirates is great. There are 3 or 4 pirates here. Like Pirates of the Caribbean by Jersey Jack here today. And there is a man dressed up as Captain Jack Sparrow drunkenly walking around showing them off to people. It's a lot of fun. I wonder if the pirate's Jack and I just didn't know. Alright, we are still looking for our player on Dialed In. Shannon, yes, Pirates is great. I got to play it a year ago at PAX. Can I please paste the link again for scores? No problem if I can find it. Link in the chat if you people are wanting to see the standings. Right, we have got a new player up on Dialed In. We've got Shannon Paul, and he goes straight into it with a really powerful... Whoa. It looks like the kicker didn't quite kick it out in time, but the ball is coded in to save, so it didn't matter. So the ball kicker is still active. Going straight up the quantum ramp. There's the ball kicker in action, shooting it right up into the bumpers. Oh, nearly going back down the ball. Kick down the left lane again, and he's got nicer control over it. Going up the quantum theater, which grabs it and drops it back down, hitting the electrician in the back, making it go wild. Hitting the electrician again, making his mode shot completely charged up. Now he's ready to start a mode. Straight in with a lovely backhand. Oh, it fell out, and he nearly got up the right. Oh, and straight down the middle. That was just an out of control mile a minute. Man, that was just very unfortunate. Right, we're into ball 2. Ball saver's on. He has got his mode hole lit. Trying to get it in there is quite tricky, especially with these fast games. Goes up the right ramp instead, misses, hits the electrician, gets him out of the way. Backhands it, misses again, tries to get it back into that mode hole. Hitting that right ramp again instead. Looks like he's really trying to get that mode hole, and in it goes. No problem, Peppers. Alright, so he's now started Alien Invasion. Shooting the roving arrow is worth all the points here. And it's worth nothing now because the ball's not there, so that's unfortunate, but at least your mode, it's something I like. I mean, if you start your mode and you've drained your ball, I like it when the modes finish. You've only got 3 balls in pinball. I don't want to be stuck on one mode. It's not necessarily about score or anything, it's just about fun. I want the game to move. So if I start a mode, drain immediately, that's my fault. Getting the big bang there with 50,000 points, lovely. But the mode wasn't finished, so SIM card is not lit, but lock shot wasn't quite made. It was made, it made it in.
So 70% of the money goes towards A division, 30% goes to B division.
And we have a nice shot of Stu, who is very tall, walking in front of the camera. And drinking a nice Australian beer. As we get a multi-ball. Stu, can we get a drink for the multi-ball? Drink your beer to celebrate the multi-ball. Who's multi-ball? I don't. You're just in the middle of the screen. There we go. And that was a very quick multi-ball. Let's see if any of those come back with the ball save beautifully. Alright, so we got the balls back in play. We got 2 balls in play. You could lock a third one for multi-ball, but this one didn't start like that. Oh, you can get the outer ball, but it is drained. You're not going to get that one back. Unfortunately, but he might be able to get that side ramp shot. Does not. He gets up the quantum theater, misses, hits it off the side ramp, and he is sending that ball flying. Not really getting control, but managing to hit it up the quantum theater, which is grabbing it with that magnet just beautifully, and straight down the left-hand side. Oh, this game is a mile a minute. You cannot for a second let your concentration lapse. So Wall seems to be up on a game. Let's see if we can figure out what it is, and we will switch to it. I want to watch Walls attack from Mars. That's going to be great. So switching games over now to Attack from Mars, and I'm excited for this one. Well, amazing player, really nice dude, and we'll be able to see one of his famous Hawaiian shirts. I don't think this man exists without a pinball-themed Hawaiian shirt. I like you guys because I can say things like I've been bashing the mode hole on Lord of the Rings and I've not got there and back again, and you won't give me weird looks. I might give you a weird look if it's out of context, but if you're talking about pinball, I know what you're on about. So we've got Wall here. He shoots up into the bumpers. It comes out of the stroke of luck hole, which is in tournament mode and will always give out 50 million points. His strategy is controlled and calculated. So let's see what Wall does. And this tilting, he is a master of nudging. You're not going to see him out of control for a second, I don't think. Straight up that right ramp. Straight, going for a combo shot. Misses. Perhaps. Oh, nice slap save there. Doesn't even phase him. And as you can see, he's wearing the yellow. Oh, straight up the middle and straight back down the middle. That shot, as I've been saying before, and those who are just joining us, these games are playing fast. They're set up as hard as we could make them. And yeah, if you want to be going for that, some people have gotten very far with the saucer strategy. But that saucer strategy is really risky, and there might not be enough time now to get a second qualifying round in. So, it's straight down the left. This is not a lucky game for Wall. Wall's going to be really wanting to slow down here, really try and pick his shots. Let's see if he picks a strategy or if he's going to keep going at what he's doing. Okay, going for the bumper skill shot, which he gets 5 times bonus. Beautiful. Coming out of the stroke of luck hole. And needs to gain control of it here. He's really in dire straits if he doesn't. And, doesn't make it up the lock shot. It's bouncing wild. He's getting a little bit free flying. He's really wailing it into that lock shot, trying to get enough speed. If you don't have enough speed going up that lock shot, it won't activate. Oh, and nearly gets it, but he gets it with a slap pass. He has opened up the saucer at least, which will be worth some points. 50 million every time he hits a target inside the saucer. But that is the end of Wall's game. A very disappointing performance for Wall. I don't think he'll be happy with that. You see him shaking his head. Couple of house balls, but he ends on just 270. I think he might want another go at that. We'll see if he wants to requalify, except some of his other scores today have been outstanding. Yeah. Lots of people enjoying a beer down here at the Sandbelt Hotel while walking around, and also enjoying all of the pinball machines. Just the amount we have is great. So up next on Attack from Mars is Chris Dobell. So we got a headphone player here. A lot of people like to choose the headphone strategy, which in a way it works, because a lot of the lights and sound of a pinball machine, they're there to distract you and help you lose that ball. Alright, so we're starting the game here. Checking out the flippers. Going for the super skill shot, and it is gone, but the ball will be saved, but you can't get another shot at that skill shot, and the bumper skill shot is dismissed. So if you miss the super skill shot, you won't get any skill shot. Coming out of the stroke of luck hole again. Getting the shield down on the saucer. Nice and quick. Still got one more shot on the shield on the saucer. This is set to a hard move. Any IFPA points for this tourney? Yes. Absolutely. And we have over 70 players in this qualifying round, and that is going to be worth a lot of IFPA points. We also have players from overseas who are participating. We have players who have some insane rankings. Martin, I mean, he's in this tournament, so you know it's worth some points. I didn't get my qualifying in. I'm been here helping out today, but it is absolutely going to be worth a monster amount of points. The saucer, first saucer 1 destroyed at 200,000, already setting it up at 500 million. On ball 1, nice saucer, already hitting 2 of those saucer shield shots, so the shield's nearly down, immediately down. That was almost textbook. That was almost paranormally quick, without any drains, managing to hold on to these firing back at him. This Attack from Mars, it's one of the remakes, so it's only a year or so old. It is not one of the ones from the 90s, which play a lot slower these days. It's nice and waxed, it is fast, it has got powerful flippers, and it is tilted up high. So it is very tight, very hard to play. Really hard to keep control. Really beautiful machine. He just has to hit the shot once more, destroying his second saucer. I want a timer on that, guys. Someone needs to tell me how long that was for the second saucer, because that was ridiculous. From destroying the first saucer, took down the shield in 2 shots. I don't even know how quickly. So this seems to be a strategy that a lot of people are employing. It will get you up to a nice score. The saucers do get harder as the game progresses. This will give him 50 million probably. I'm psychic. No, I'm not psychic. It's in tournament mode. It will always give 50 million points. They just play the animation to fool you. Not quite making it up that lock shot, sending it wildly to the right and flailing, losing a lot of control when it comes out of that lock shot. Oh, and a misjudged tilt and slap save, and just misjudges it, manages to lose it down the middle. But on ball, at the start of ball 2, nearly 1.5 billion is not a bad place to be. Once again, starting with the super skill shot, but gets it up the lock, actually, which does not count as a skill shot for super skill shot. Super skill shot still lit. And unlit. So super skill shot was actually lit that whole time. I believe the shields will give you super skill shot, but maybe the saucer won't. And that's why that saucer strategy is so dangerous. Just misjudged it coming out of there. It can fly in different directions if you know what the inside of that saucer scoop looks like. It's kind of like a shallow V with 3 targets, and they are angled to kind of fling the ball around a bit. And down the left-hand side with a very quick 2 balls. But that first ball got him up most of the way. And once again, everyone's kind of sitting at the 1.6 billion range. It kind of seems to be where the bell curve's sitting. Right, so up next on Attack from Mars, we have... I'm not even quite sure. We're looking for a Daniel Barden on Attack from Mars, but we'll quickly go look at... Oh, Daniel's right there. He is ready to go. He's on top of things.
Chauncey Dog from the street. Watch the street.
Sorry?
Daniel playing right now is Chauncey Dog, that people would know from the street.
Oh, okay. So if anyone knows Chauncey Dog from the stream, that is who's playing this right now. Going for the skill shot and getting a nice 7 times bonus, straight 9 times bonus, straight out of the gate. Really nice getting those extra bonuses off those pop bumpers straight away, because those bonuses, I've played this game at John Curtin in Melbourne. They used to have one, and got a bonus over 1 billion points on that, just from the bonus alone on ball 3. Stroke of Luck will give him 50 million points, which in a way disables video mode and getting marsh. It disables a little bit in this game because it's in tournament mode. I'm not sure how you are able to get to the video mode unless you get it through that mystery. Is anyone able to tell me? If anyone knows how to get to the video mode on Attack from Mars without getting it via a mystery from the scoop. Beautiful slap save there. He knows what he's doing, and he's wailing on that saucer, and he has nearly taken down the first one. Where is it at the moment? Is it in France? Yes, it is. You can't hear it right now, but there are a lot of very over-the-top accents in this game. Every nationality is represented equally and accurately. And ball 1 down with not quite the...
So, you might be Terminator, it might be an idiot, should I just jump out and play Mars again? Like, the main thing is to beat Ryan. He's been talking shit all day.
So destroying the saucer there, getting his 200 million points straight away at 611 points.
He's just going to take me all the way there, right?
You're not going to get your game in.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to switch to something else.
Shooting out really fast out of that scoop. However, it shoots to the flippers. It's just once it's on there, you've got to get control.
It's not charging.
You have lots of entries, by the way. Right? You have lots of entries on your account.
Oh, really? Am I meant to or not?
I put them on there.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, Stroke of Luck will give him 50 million again. Meaning the hold bonus, the +1 Martian, all of that I don't think is available. Making it a lot fairer in competition. Getting a status report from the ball there. Getting control. Lovely. Up the middle. Hitting that shield on the second saucer. Really playing this, like really getting into the game. Oh, that was a close one, but a beautiful slap save, just managing to get it out of Death's grip there. And not quite up that ramp, heading back down towards the flippers. So he's over 1 billion points now. Oh, and that's a really sad down the middle there. Just kind of coming off the sling, but not hitting it. Thank you, Awaka, for hosting us, I guess. And hello, everyone who may just be joining us. We can see that right there. That was the super skill shot by allowing the ball to go around by holding in the left flipper when you plunge. The ball will go all the way around, and if you hit a shot, super skill shot with 50 million points. Stroke of luck, 50 million again. Tournament mode. Daniel now knowing. Daniel nearly at total annihilation. Multi-ball. Oh, and just missing it down the middle. Just as the Martian multi-ball starter had started. If we had hit all the Martians, Martian multi-ball would have started. But that is the end of his match. Once again, sitting somewhere at close to 1.5 billion and 1/6. Hi, Wake Pro. Nice to have you, and thanks for coming and joining us. 1.5 billion on that one, and we're getting the scorekeepers to come in and get the recorded down and submit it into the system. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. If he had to get to once you have hit all of the Martians targets, like MARTIAN, then you want to hit the scoop. The scoop will start all the Martians. They all start jiggling like fools, and you can start a multi-ball by hitting them all. So walking up to the machine now is Stella. Stella is going straight for the shield, it looked like, and then going back around for the left orbit, getting up some extra bonus there. Stroke of luck coming out of the stroke of luck hole. Nah, rebounding out of it not quite nicely. Yes, we all love Space Cadet 3D. Everyone remembers Space Cadet 3D. But this is Attack from Mars remake. It is a remake of a 90s pinball machine. Stroke of luck will give her 50 million points. And out it comes. A lot of those Martian targets already coming down, needing to just lower the shield by hitting the right-hand target. And there we go, and oh, straight down the middle from a really, really unfortunate angle coming off the left Martian targets. Unfortunate, but what can you do? Stella's doing all right, though. She's got the shield down. She only needs to hit the inner targets about 5 times, and it's done. And her lock is lit. Now, this is really important. Ball once locked. The rest of her locks are lit. If she can make it up that middle left shot 2 more times, she basically got it. She's wearing the massive cowboy hat, so you can see her shadow going over the playfield. And that's her. If she wants to wear that cowboy hat, that is her choice. Beautiful destruction of the first saucer, and the shield comes back up.
What's the hardest pinball ever?
What's the hardest pinball?
Orbiter 1.
Oh, I've actually played one. Is that the Hankin one? No, okay.
It's the one that's got the playfield.
Okay. How do you join this tournament? You have to get yourself down to the Sandbelt Hotel in Melbourne, Australia. And you have to then come and register. But it is a little too late now, since we are down to the last hour... Wait, what are we down to?
Hour and 15.
Last hour and 15 minutes. And people are still trying to qualify for tomorrow's...
The queue for Terminator 3 is an hour and a half.
Yeah, so the queue for Terminator 3 at the moment is about an hour and a half, and the qualifying time is now only an hour and 15 minutes. So some people might not get their games in, but we are into the multi-ball. In the multi-ball, the goal is you want to be hitting all those lit shots with the big circle. Oh, and that's a really, really tough double drain. And straight into stroke of luck. Get a 50 mil. Feel a bit better, but not the best multi-ball we've seen. However, what's really great... Rolling Stones, yes, I have played it. And Hercules, too big for me. Shooting up the middle shot, getting the shield down away from the saucer, making the saucer more available to be hit. And now just got to be damaging that saucer to get more points. Oh, really, really harsh kind of rebounds coming off those Martian letters on the side of it. If you miss that saucer and you hit those Martian letters, that ball is coming back to you at lightning speed. And a 100 million point hurry up scored from the saucer. Very nice. Not quite getting into that saucer shot again. And the ball's flailing wildly. Can she gain control? Humpty Dumpty. I don't know if Humpty Dumpty is all that difficult, although it is, I think, the first pinball machine with flippers. I know my trivia. Stroke of luck getting another safe 50 mil. You know, those 50 mils with stroke of luck really tend to build up throughout the game. Hitting that saucer for only one attack amount. Oh, and straight down the middle. Really, once again, hitting that right-hand side Martian on the side of the saucer shot. It's death almost every time. But going into ball 3 with 1.3 billion, not a bad place to be. You could maybe start another multi-ball, even get Total Annihilation working. She's, you know, pretty good. Alright, so she's nearly at getting Martian attack. All of the jiggling Martian, she has to hit each of them just once. She has got none of them so far. Let's see what she can get. Count them down. Not yet, but once she gets all 4, she's launched into a multi-ball. 1. No, didn't manage to register a hit on the left one. That is, she's got the right one. She's got 1 down. 2. Going for the last 2. Hitting the saucer instead. Oh, this is treacherous. She's so close to getting so many points basically given to her. Oh, don't bounce to the left. And so close. She's just got to hit the Martian that's jiggling on the left-hand side of the saucer. And the one on the right. On the left, sorry. Alright, she did not manage to get the Martians in time, and that is the end of those Martians. So that multi-ball does not start, and that is the end. She has to redo all the Martian letters in order to relight Martian multi-ball. However, going for the locks again, not a bad idea, because she only needs to hit it now 2 more times. 3 more times! Oh, and it's a bad drain from the left sling, and that was just really well played. Really, really unfortunate drain there towards the end, but once again, hitting that perfect 1.6 bell curve that we seem to be having. That 1.5 to 1.6 billion seems to be absolutely the average here. So what's the grand prize? There are 2 different pots. There's an A division and a B division. The entry money is going to be split between the 2. I don't know what that entry money is going to be coming. More of the money is going to be going towards the A division prizes. Stella did really well there, and the prizes are money. We've also got trophies. We've got a trophy for each of the divisions, first, second, third. Really big cups because it's a really big tournament. We've got nearly 100 pinball machines here today with us, and there is just excitement in the air as people are just talking and loving pinball. And I mean, I couldn't even list off half the machines here off the top of my head. What's the buy-in? The buy-in is $25, and you have to also have a ticket to the event, obviously. So, ticket to the festival and $25 buy-in gets you a credit, 8 credits. You then play all 8 machines, and if you want to go back and re-attempt a score on a machine, you can buy a ticket. If you're in Melbourne and you want to come on down, you've got to be here. However, qualifying finishes in just under an hour, essentially. So this would probably not a good idea to enter at this point. Unless Wake Pro, you're already at this festival, and I just don't know yet. Getting the 5 times bonus up the top here. And we have Scott. Scott's an amazing pinball player from around here as well. And going out of those bumpers, already got in up. Nice half. Wake Pro.
Go to the back wall.
Go to the back wall where all of these machines are, and you'll see me.
There's a tournament desk.
Yes, there's a tournament desk, and you'll find us. Near the big screens. Making some lovely combo shots here. Straight into the stroke of luck, getting that nice 50 mil. Really does kind of bring to light how much variety of this game is only brought out through the mystery hole. When that's disabled for mysteries and it's in tournament mode and only gives out points, you know, you're not going to get your you're not going to get your video modes, you're not going to get your hold bonuses, which really balances the game. Into the stroke of luck hole again, which is 50 million. And coming out of that scoop nicely. Oh, and once again, the Martian target on the side of the saucer claims another victim. Ah, but once that bonus is nothing to really pout about. That's all right. That was only the first ball, $500 million.
You better tell him what's
Ask some staff. I can't really help you from where I am, unfortunately, Wake Pro.
Yeah, about $500. Okay. That's what you wanted to know?
So that's the start of the third lock is the multi-ball, and multi-ball has begun. So with the multi-ball, you see those big red flashing orbs in front of all the shots. You want to be hitting all of the lit ones. So right ramp is gotten, and once you get all of these, the super jackpot will lit as a roaming shot. All right, hitting it straight up the middle, but the shield's up, so it won't really be giving him many points. You can only take down the saucer, I believe, if the shield is already down when you start multi-ball. So you'll be wanting to hit those jackpot shots, and if the shield's up, there's really not much you can do. Then that's the end of that multi-ball. He gets one last jackpot in on the left ramp, and maybe gets another one in with some leeway time if he's quick. No. So we have got Mike Min on this now. My mistake. Got the names wrong. On the opposite side of the room, almost diagonally from the bathrooms.
Near the bar.
If this is it might be a troll.
Near the bar.
Yeah, near the bar. I can't really help you up more than that. Sorry, mate. Alright, going back to this game, we are now on ball 3 at 1.6 billion, so he's already beaten the average. The average is up there. Didn't have 5 times bonus. With the bonus holdover disabled, it's not quite such a cash cow for points, but on location, if you can get a bonus hold and a lot of multipliers, that's a real cash cow for points. Destroying his second saucer, giving him 300 million points and bringing him nearly up to 2 billion. I don't know what you look like, mate. And that's the end of that ball, but he gets up to over 2 billion, I believe, which makes it worthwhile. That's an alright score. That will sit you happy as long as you've got good scores in all the others. That's well on your way to getting into the top 16 in qualifying. Alright, we're getting a change over here. We're still getting some qualifying games in on Attack from Mars. Rocking up to attack for Mark is Andrew Clark. Andrew Clark showing us some really high scores here today. Lots of fun play, nice flow. So let's see how he approaches this game. Goes for the super skill shot, so he knows this game's rules at least. But let's see if he can get that super skill shot in. Not in time, unfortunately, so he gets no skill shot.
7:45. Because we started at 11:45.
Look when you want to start a lot later, right? Like 8:30 or something.
Maybe.
So you're going to use every piece of sheet and
Getting some nice control back up into the bumpers. Easily getting no extra bonus from that one, so unfortunately not going back up through any of the top lanes from the bumpers. Back at the game here. Getting in the stroke of luck, getting that 50 mil. Alright. I mean, that 50 mil is half of his score at the moment. Oh, straight at the middle, 3 times damage, getting that 150 mil. And one last ball. There we go. Captured and saucer destroyed. Lock 1. All of his locks are lit on ball 1, so this is good. If he's able to get all these locks in. And a really harsh out lane drain there, as with all of them here today at Flipout. Thank you everyone for joining us for the qualifier.
The person that registers people sitting right next to you, no one was registered.
I don't... Beautiful shots up the middle there. Getting 60,000 per shot. So I should explain the saucer scoring is once the saucer is open, it starts at 50 million per hit to the saucer, and you can get 3 hits per shot up there if you aim it right. See, that was times 2 hit. The second saucer is 60 per saucer. 60 million per saucer hit, I meant to say, and you can once again get multiple hits if you hit it right. And then third saucer is 70, 80. It just goes up by 10 million every time, making them way more lucrative. But I guess we'll have to see how this strategy pans out, because it is dangerous getting those shield barriers down. In the chat, what are your favorite strategies for Attack from Mars? Because Attack from Mars has so many different ways to play it. There's no... I don't know if... I don't know who... I don't think there's really an agreement on a specific way to play Attack from Mars. But that multi-ball is definitely valuable if you can get those jackpots. So once again, going for all those lit shots. You want to get each of them lit. Once you shoot them, they will unlight, and you will want to go for the roving super jackpot, which can be worth $500 million.
Hello, 16 people.
Total Annihilation. So Total Annihilation is a really tricky strategy to get to, because it's either all or nothing. If you make it, great. If you don't, you have almost no points.
Well, you get 20 million per shot, so you should have a couple of 100 million, but yeah, not as much as going for... Seems like a pretty nice, safe return for the saucer. How's the tilt on Attack from Mars?
Are you have you played it yet?
No.
Okay, it's quite tight.
It's quite tight.
They all are.
Okay.
So I'm getting got a guest here from the Pinball Podcast. Albert? Oh, do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Say something to the people.
Hello, people. I've got 2 games left. I'm in a good position if I can get those 2 games in. I've got an hour to go. I haven't played Attack from Mars or what's the last one? Dialed in.
So that means that we'll be seeing one of Ryan's games on Attack from Mars. That's going to be really exciting, because he is quite good, and he's probably, I don't know if he has owned one, but chances are he has. He's owned a lot of pinball machines. So Pepper's suggested going for 1 easy saucer on ball 1. I like to get the saucer out of the saucer 1 out of the way almost immediately, because it's not worth as many points, and then open up saucer 2 or 3 for the multi-ball. That's just my personal preference, but I also really like collecting the Martian shots, kind of. If there's only a couple of Martian shots you need left, I like to go for them. Alright, so we're back into Martian mode. We have yet to see someone actually get the multi-ball on stream on this Martian mode. So, if you activate Martian mode, then get your third lock, I think there is a way you can get Martian multi-ball and standard multi-ball together. I'm actually not sure on what the method is, but at the moment we are 1 out of 4 Martians down. You can see him jiggling away there. He's hit the top left one. He needs to hit the left, top left, right, and the right Martian. But it needs to get out of those bloody bumpers. His time is ticking down. 18 seconds left. But he's managing to... Oh, nearly nice tilt there. Manages to get it out in stroke of luck. At least stops the timer. Getting that nice shots coming out. They're worth 80 million each. So if you only get 2 of the targets up there, that's still 160 million, which is worth more than if you got 3 targets on your first saucer. So it also takes more hits, so those points are available more. Going up your saucer levels is definitely worth it, but it's very, very, very risky. And hello there, Hopwood. I am not Mr. Silverball. Mr. Silverball is next to me, but Martin says hello. Alright, look at that. That's 80 million per saucer hit. Nice nudging and tilting. That is beautiful. That's served. Who we got playing? Andrew Clark.
Oh, Clarky, yeah.
So Clarky knows what he's doing. He knows the rules.
So
And
Peppers knows that's AJF Clark.
for people in the stream, that's AJF Clark. He is down to nearly the last saucer. In fact, I think he is down to the last saucer, making the rest of his strategy more important. Because the saucer, oh, and it drains, and he manages to nudge it. That is perfect pinball there. That is what we like to see. Really, really controlled play, coming out, just nudging it. Beautiful. Didn't even get a danger. Go, Clarky. Everyone, that needs to be, like, that is textbook right there. That is how you play. I personally would have let a dead flip over to avoid that kind of situation, but he knows what he is doing, and he is already on 4.5 billion on his second ball, and he has no sign of stopping. Oh, he's nearly at total annihilation. All he has to do is hit the right ramp twice, and the left ramp once. Oh, and also the left orbit. He's not as close as I thought. So, he's definitely in the top 10 for sure. No argument with that. Getting some nice control on his flipper. Hitting it for 90,000 apiece every time he damages that saucer. And just hitting it consistently. That will hit it twice at least. No double targets there. Surprising. Getting a hurry up lit at the center for 100 million plus the 90 million. Meaning the shot is technically lit for, what, 3 times 90 million plus 200 plus 100.
I wouldn't sell you 9 for 20.
This last saucer is taking an absolute beating. Needs a lot of hits. Times 3 damage, giving 270 per hit. That was a beautiful ball. Nothing at all to be sad about in that ball. Ending with, you know, what are we over 5 billion now? Yes, we're nearly at 6 billion, making this probably one. Oh! There goes his ball save, but he gets it just in time. So his relaunch ball, no extra balls coming from this game, and he slap saves it, straight into the Martian hole, and it doesn't give him any of the letters, but he's beautiful slap save, coming in from that very awkward kind of 30-degree angle. Beautiful saving again. 230 damage. He's nearly gotten that saucer down. When that saucer goes down, it is then 100 million points per shot forever. It stays lit through all the rest of the game. Until, of course, perhaps if you go through the wizard mode, which doesn't... It's probably not likely. Well, we'll see how we go. Right, we have got over 7 billion. Let's see if we can hit the 8 billion mark, and he is definitely doing it. Oh, and that is unfortunate, but this bonus will be huge. It's not as big as I thought, but that might put him in first or second. Damn it, that was really, really good. Thank you for the excellent game there, Clarky. Oh, he can't hear me, but bloody hell. That was really fun to watch. That is brilliant. We'll probably stay on this for one more game and then move over to something else, but there's going to be a lot of Terminator 3 towards the end of the evening. As all of the other games are slowly, their queues are dwindling, and Terminator 3 will be the only game left to be played. We've got about an hour left.
Why?
So just showing out this another game of Attack from Mars, a quick first ball with 74 million just off the first ball, but the skill shot giving 20 million and a ×5 bonus. Straight up that ball lock ramp, which lights his ball locks, all three of them. First set of ball locks are lit, and only 50 mil per hit to the saucer. Peppers with a beautiful clip up of some of the highlights of what we just saw. I'm dreading listening to it later and hearing my voice. Alright, so he's got into the saucer. That's saucer 1 down. Will he now go for the second lot of saucers, or will he go for something else? Maybe Lux? Going for audit. So things we haven't yet seen yet. Saying yet again. Yet. Things we've yet to see on the stream today. Martian multi-ball. Total annihilation. A super jackpot, which I did see today, but I don't think it was on the stream. And there's a lot of things we haven't seen today in this really quick playing multi-ball game. That's lock 2. Oh, sorry, lock 1. Telling by the animation on that beautiful color DMD screen, which is... Beautiful shot. Hitting the target. Now all of the shield shots are down. Oh. Connection problem, and I don't know what it is. We're working on the dropped frames. Please let us know if that's made it better.
That should be fine now.
We dropped like 1,000 in a second, so...
I think it was when I connected my Bluetooth headset.
Alright, that should help with some of the connectivity problems. There are a lot of people here today, a lot of equipment, and a lot of wires going everywhere with all the pinball machine.
Attack from Mars.
You are?
I just have to have a shit score on Attack from Mars instead of being able to listen to music.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to... You
I
can...
do.
I didn't know you did. So Martin's saying he is going to play Attack from Mars soon, and he is up next. So I said this might have been the last game we would watch of Attack from Mars, but I think we'll watch you.
No. Move to another game.
Martin specifically requesting not to be watched.
That's my compromise for not having my music.
So this game of Attack from Mars, we're at 1.8 billion. The nice solid multi-board wanting to get all of those shots. We're yet to get a super jackpot on the stream. 60 million per shot. All right, 70 million for the second jackpot. Let's see. Oh, we'd lose one of the balls. Have we got another one somewhere? We still got 2. We want to be trapping up and be trying to keep control of this. He's going to have a lot of trouble trying to get up that lock shot, especially it's hard enough. That lock shot is hard enough with 1 ball in play. With 2 balls in play, you are just up Schitt's Creek. And he made it up the lock shot. He's only got the right orbit and the left ramp and the right ramp to go. If he makes these shots, he has lit his oh, and a really fast in lane. That is the end of that ball. Not enough reaction time to be able to bring it through. And that is a shame because that was a beautiful multi-ball setting up for a super jackpot. Which, oh, and another really bad drain. Once again, just player error, not being able to react in time to coming off that sling. Came off at an awkward angle, and that is a shame, but we still got a ball in it. 2.5 billion, nearly. With bonus, we're nearly guaranteed a 2.5 bill. Let's see what he can pull out here. What is left on the table for this player to get? The locks are harder to do this time, requiring instead of 1 shot to light all 3 locks as with your first round of multi-balls. Your lock is now lit each time individually, and you can't stack them. Oh. Onto Saucer 3, getting 70 million per hit to the Saucer. 2 hits to the Saucer in that one attack. You know, you really want to try and just hit it just to the side, and you can get those 3 hits into the Saucer. It's worth major points. Oh, 70 mil. And again going for the Saucer, even though it is a very risky shot. Oh, and badly coming out of the lock shot, coming back down and out the right-hand train. But you won't be too sad with that score. That definitely puts you as a contender in the top 16. Well done. Well done on Attack from Mars. Marcus. Now, I was specifically asked to not stream Martin's game. So we have a choice between Dialed In, Xenon, or Terminator 3. I will find out soon. Alright, we're back and we're looking at Xenon with Stacey Borg, local legend and absolute champion playing. I want to see what he's up to on this game, and we joined just in time to see him drain out the left lane. There's his head. I don't know how many balls he's got left in play, so let's just assume this might be his last. And he's got those drop target shots down and into the Xenon hole. There it goes. Straight under the pop targets. Oh, and nearly going out into the left out lane. Going to be wanting to go for that ramp shot, which is lit for the lock. If he gets it in that top Xenon target now, he is the one who... He gets a multi-ball. You say bad pick, but there's not that, you know... Different games are being played. I want to see what Stacey can do with this game. He has lit his lock. Trying to post past it. Yes, you can still see... If you're curious as to what Martin's playing... If you look really close in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you'll be able to see his score. And there goes Stacey's for a bit of a player error, straight down the middle with those slower flippers. And that is the end of his game as the second ball ejects. For those curious, Martin is on his first ball at 151 million. You know what? Too many people want to watch him. I'll be right back. Sorry. Whoops, a little bit of a snafu there. We're back to see Martin, who everyone has been specifically asking to see play. Martin here on Italy, still on his first ball, still on his first Saucer. And look at how he just plays really slowly. This guy does not panic. This guy does not worry. He usually plays with headphones, but he actually plays a very slow game. He's going to sit. He's going to think about it for a bit. ×2 damage to the Saucer. And again, so it looks like he's getting his first Saucer out of the way. Easy as pie. I feel kind of bad because he did ask me not to, but I do also want to see him play. I want to see a really good score on this attack from Mars. On his first ball, nearly at 1 billion. And that is the dangerous shot. Oh, and down the left out lane, which are really, really harsh. Really fast ball. The death shot seems to be on this one. If you go for the lock shot and you miss and it rolls back down, you are very likely to lose that down the left out lane. Right out lane. Can't get my left and rights today, people. And it's very important when talking about pinball. Stroke of luck and Martian attack is lit, I believe. But I think he is going for total total annihilation. So he's into his multi-ball. He knows the rules here. He's going to be wanting to get He's managed to get... Oh, he's in Total Annihilation, so he's in his 4-ball multi-ball. Total Annihilation is gotten by hitting all the shots 3 times, I believe. The left orbit, left ramp, right orbit. And the Annihilation jackpots grow every time you hit one of the Annihilation jackpots. So this can be incredibly high scoring, and we've not seen this yet. So he's just whacking away at that. Look at that, over 2 billion from this. 120 million per shot, getting that replay, which isn't worth anything. Getting over 120 million per shot now. I think it caps out eventually, but we'll just have to see what it comes up with. Annihilation jackpot again. 200 million per shot. This is definitely worth the watch. He is going to crack up an absolutely amazing score if he can keep this multi-ball going, which he can. Look at that. That is just some... Oh, back down to 75 million for Annihilation jackpot, but comboing it really builds up that score. And that right sling bouncing so many balls off the top of it out into the right-hand death out lane. And look at, he just... Oh, that was an unfortunate flip down the middle, but the ball's still in play, and he is over 3 billion now. This is really something to behold. I don't know if we still have any merch. They used to have stickers, but I don't know. You'd have to ask Martin sometime. Alright, look at him go straight up. He's really going for that, a kind of a mixed strategy. He's gone for Total Annihilation, but is completely ignoring multi-ball. The one on Martin's back are not for sale. Those are staff only. You can buy a black version of that t-shirt if you want from the front desk. And is he just going again for Total Annihilation? You can definitely get a higher score without Saucer if you manage to get in a lot of those different modes, but he's well on his way to getting Rule the Universe. So we'll just have to hope we are lucky enough to see one of those. Coming out hard and fast from the kick-out scoop. And look at him, not even worried. He knows what he's up to. You're gonna have to ask him, not me. And the locks are lit, and he has got his first ball locked. He has a lot still available to him left on this table. He hasn't even gotten his first ball of multi-balls, and he nearly misses it with a beautiful slap save, saving that from near certain death. And he got his 5-way combo, which will light up the light on the middle playfield. He is now nearly 50% of... No, exactly 50% of the goals away from Rule the Universe. All he needs now is a super jackpot, Martian multi-ball jackpot, and destroy all the sources. That's it. Ball 3 locked. And he's into his multi-ball. Let's see if he can get a monster multi-ball. Definitely worth watching this game. Alright, look, he's gotten his, something I've never seen is a 4 times damage done to the... I guess you need to be in multi-ball for that. But the saucer destroyed, second saucer destroyed during his multi-ball. What I would really be wanting to do, if I were him, is trying to get one of the balls stuck up in the shield area. Because if you trap one of the balls up in the shield area, and then you hit it, it will give you an entire saucer. Only once though, dirty pool, but it works. And there he has it. Look at that control. First time we see it, we see a super jackpot in his first multi-ball. And the multi-ball is not over. Look at that, racking up that score. He's going around for a second. Oh no! He lost his ball when he was just going for some second round jackpots, but he's still in it to win it. On his second ball, and he is tracking down the high score of 7 billion. Martin up in the bumpers. Look at that bonus, 33 times. It really starts to become worthwhile, making sure that you do not tilt this machine. I want to see what his bonus is going to be at the end of this ball, because at 33 times, it's going to be pretty immense. Total Annihilation again. He gets it before he gets the new Martian. I can't tell whether his shield is down. I think the shield's down, so he's able to get the new Martian. He's pretty much stacking all of these to get shields, but no, the shield is up at the moment, so he cannot get his next Martian saucer. I think he's going to be glad that we got to watch this one. Annihilation jackpot. In Annihilation again. He has now hit the 7 billion mark. Once he's over 8 billion, he's definitely got the #1 score for the qualifying, which will pretty much help him, you know, really get that competitive edge over the others in the final standings. Being one on a machine means you can have a few lax games on some others and still probably qualify in A division. Annihilation jackpot achieved. Did you see that? That was 600 million points from one jackpot, with the total of that being 1.2 billion points from that multi-ball. Superjet's really starting to rack up some value as well, with over 100 million and one of those really dangerous 20 to 30 degree things. And his bonus was 2 billion. Once again, do not forget about the bonus in this game. He skipped past the countdown, but his bonus was 2 billion, launching him into the lead. Getting that 50 mil from the scoop. And it is drained, and that is a beautiful game. So he's going to come back and yell at me. Okay, I have to tell you, I did change it, and everyone lost their fucking minds and was just watching you in the bottom left-hand corner and talking about your game. So by popular demand, I changed it back. And yes, we did see you absolutely blow up that machine. And I can show you all the chat going, what? Well done, Martin. Up next, we are going to change machines, I think, because Attack from Mars is nearly done. What should we see now? Let's take a look at some Dialed In. Coming right up. And we're welcome back, and we're right into a game of Dialed In Ball 3. And it's not all the highest scoring game, but let's take a look at what's happening. Okay, we're just out of a multi-ball, I believe. And the mode hole's lit, so let's try and get some modes going in this. I don't know who this guy is, but he's no, he can't give you a signed shirt if you're not here. Alright, that's the end of the game, and we're going to see a new game on Dialed In with Shannon Paul. I love the light show here. Alright, so we've got a plunge and a skill shot straight up the middle into the theater. Straight up the spear, hitting the electrician, but lighting the mode shot. Oh, hitting the straight line straight up into the bumpers. You don't see that very often. And a backhand up into the left-hand ramp. All right, Mode's lit. Alien invasion, meaning that the roving shooting shot, which starts on the left, is what he wants to get. So there you go. You got it. Alien invasion on the left. Gonna go for the left ramp. Missed. And straight down the middle with a really unfortunate drain right in the middle of a mode there. But that happens. You don't want to tilt on this machine. They keep carrying over. You're going to definitely want to keep your tilt saves. Your danger warnings on the tilt do not reset on each ball on this game. 2 dangers and that's it for the entire game. A hard plunge and a skill shot through the theater and straight down the middle. Will it be ball saved? And it was lovely. And hitting the electrician to light a mode. He's halfway there. You can see how far you are to lighting a mode by how much of the phone is lit. About half of it is lit at the moment. So it's half charged. And now it is fully charged and the mode is ready. Flash fires. Shoot the left ramp. So letting it dribble off the left-hand side there. Nearly losing it, but managing to tip pass it across. Oh, nearly losing it again with the tip pass, but managed to get it just across. Getting some control. I want to be going for that left ramp. Beautiful shot. Comes out into the bumpers with the diverter. Oh, really that scary 30-degree angle coming back down the playfield. Once again down the left ramp. Beautiful. Getting diverted through the bumper again, as it usually is in this mode. And he has hit his big bang, which ends the mode, completes it for him, and also moves on to the next mode. When it's and a really bad. It's that 30 degrees, that 30 to 20 degrees coming down the playfield straight towards the middle. It is your danger zone, where you really got to make the decision whether or not you're gonna try and knock it into the left flipper or the right flipper. It's very hard to judge. But on ball 3 with 192,000 on dialed in, that is not a bad place to be. I have seen a score today that was in the millions. As in, they had gotten about 1 point something million. And not getting it into the mode hole, which is not yet lit yet. Shooting up into the theater again. And again, lock is lit at both the side ramp and at Crazy Bob's theater on the left. And the electrician is still not being hit to light a mode. I think he's going for something else. Mystery, I believe, is lit up. Something's lit up at the theater, but I can't quite tell what. I think I understand what's going on. He's hitting the theater to try and get the lock around in at the left side ramp from the upper right flipper. Maybe that's what he's doing. Oh, and a really tough drain again from that 30-degree angles coming from the left. It's a killer coming out of that ramp. It is a killer. Just a little shout out to Scooter, who is here at this convention. Guy I met at my very first pinball meet, and we did a doubles tournament, and we won. I'd only met him that day. I didn't have any friends to play doubles with, and he was very happy to pair up with me, and we both won medals at PAX. We got the PAX medals, so definitely worthwhile.
Seeing how much the buy-ins are.
You're cutting it short.
I'm living over my range here.
Oh, you're not. Yeah.
Two left, Terminator and a Guardian, so.
Alright, go back to dialed in. We're on a new game here with Michael Nolan. On his first ball, straight into the mode hole, right into Meteor Storm. So there's there's lit stand-up targets around the thing. One of the bumpers is probably the hardest one to get because it's hard to shoot for the bumpers, in my opinion, in this game. But there are other ways of getting it. If you go up the ramp, a diverter can put it into the bumpers, but then you're not really guaranteed to get the shot. You really have to get that very long shot up that line, which you can see up to that red stand-up target that's flashing at the back of the bumpers. Yeah, that's it. One hand on the left flipper and one hand on the right flipper, and only one person's hand each. Only one hand each on the machine. So you have to tilt it together. You have to hit the middle button. Coordinate. It was a lot of fun. And there's the end of that first ball with a little bit of a bonus with 6,300. But got a couple of modes. Really kind of pushing up that score. Going straight for the lock shot and making it comfortably. Ball 1 now locked, with ball 2 being lockable at the side ramp. Making that ball lock will be hard, so he can lock ball 2 and start the multi-ball by hitting the phone. However, he might be trying to attempt to light the lock again. No, he is not. He's gone for the multi-ball. I don't know if there's any mode in there. So we have got a multi-ball starting. This will be a 2-player multi-ball. Getting this multi-ball, lovely. Hitting those jackpots. Getting the jackpot that's in. So you really want to be hitting. He got a little bit of leeway time. Can he get it into the last chance? Get it into the phone. Get it into the phone. Not gonna happen. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He had just enough time and straight down the middle. That's not what you want to see at the end of a multi-ball. Alright, so we've gone again for dialed in, going for the punch skill shot, which doesn't quite make it up the middle. Hitting the electrician, lighting the mode, hitting the electrician again. Be nice, dude. We're down to the last half hour of qualifying and people are desperately trying to get their last games in, and some people may or may not. They may have left it too late. But the qualifying cutoff is harsh. No one may start a game after 7:45. Mode hole's lit. Not quite get it in there, but trying to get it off the top. And then left. City drone damage. We can watch Terminator next if you wish. We'll watch one more game of this and then we'll watch Terminator, because that was probably on the rounds anyway. Problem with Terminator is that it is pretty much a multi-ball machine, so everything else seems like it's piddly points compared. Alright, we're waiting for the next player to step up to dialed in. And we have a treat again. We have got Stu. Stu, local legend and one of the tournament helpers. He's been helping keep score. A lot of this tournament, none of this would happen if it wasn't for the volunteers who really make it happen. Alright, so Stu has started and he's immediately gone for his left-hand shot. What's he trying? What's his strategy in this game? Got to get some control. What's he doing? Ah! Unfortunate, and there his dangers are done. He has got no more, I think, for the rest of the game, but he didn't even save that ball. It's a really unfortunate first ball, but he's still in it. He can manage to light some locks, get some mode started. You know, Stu's definitely got it in him. Stu shooting up the Quantum Theater, and a little bit late on that upper right. Flipper, which nearly sent it down the left, but once again straight down the middle with a with a participation award. Last ball for Stu, not his shiningest moment. Straight into the Quantum Theater out of the top. Flipper, a little bit odd, and nearly at a big bang though. Maybe want to start a mode soon and finish it with a big bang, get some points coming in. Mode's not yet lit, but he's got him in the bumper. Get it into the mode hole, Stu. Not quite there. And again, pops out. Going for that mode hole again, but instead getting the right ramp. No, all of these machines have been very well tested and are quite fair. Getting some nice combos. And getting it into Crazy Bobs. Shooting it out off the kicker. And getting the big bang before a mode. Now let's see.
Have a look at the queue.
Straight into the mode hole. Beautiful. Mode will start. What do we got? We got an EMP strike. Alright, EMP strike, you want to shoot the theater over and over again. It's not too hard, but the theater's kind of a tricky mistress. It's got a magnet in it from depending on where the electrician is, depends on which flipper you can make. You know, it's difficult. I think there's also some magnets in the field somewhere. And tilt. He does not get any warnings because he used them on his first ball. Bonus lost, 14,082. Once again, watching it, you cannot use your tilt in previous balls.
Ray?
Alright, well that was a quick game by Stu, but very, very good. We're now actually going to head over to T3, so I will be there in a second.
First thing you got to do.
And we're back with Terminator 3. We are just starting with, on the machine, we have got Scott, local legend, and local pinball fixer, actually. I think he can fix the tech. So let's see how he plays. He's got a lot of shots, but in my opinion, the only shot that matters in this one really is the lock shot. Even if you get to payback time, which is nice, every shot's lit for 1 million. In multi-ball, every shot's lit for several million. It just really seems like it's an easy enough shot to just kind of keep going at. That's the end of Scott's game, so we'll have to... I don't know if that was the end of Scott's game. Yeah, that was... He's got one last ball. No, that was the end of it. So that's the end of Scott's game, and we'll hopefully see who's going to jump on it next. Someone called Ted. So on this machine, we've got a little bit of a gimmick in the back glass. It's got an RPG mode where you are aiming a ball horizontally. It's not that much fun. It's not really worth that much points, but it's safe. This is probably one of the longer playing games in the tournament. It's actually playing very long. It's playing very slow. It's got a kickback which lights up, and the lock shot's very easy. None of them are hardest because we're all just competing against each other's scores. Out of the ones I can show, once again, because we're all just competing against each other, it's hard to really say. Okay, we have Ben Mistwick. We'll just call him Ben. Ben is up on Terminator 3. Grab the gun and fire to plunge. Are we ready? Skill shot for shooting the right or left ramp here. Times 4 bonus while and quite a short ball save, but it does exist on this game. Straight up the lock shot, so ball 1 locked. I think what you're going to see a lot of is people hitting the lock shot to open the lock shot, and then getting the lock in the lock shot, and that's the end of the game. Multi-ball in this game really is the be-all and end-all as far as I can tell. There might be some modes that are worth a lot of points a little further in the game, but when it comes to tournament and you just want consistently high scores, I just think, yep, that shot there, that's the one you want. Nice shot up the left ramp, just making it around. That left ramp seems to be aimed straight down the middle of the flippers. So any rollback from that will be a bit of a challenge. Shoot anything, 250 million. I mean, 2,500,000. Very unexciting, honestly, in my opinion. Because these modes are so short. They're so... they're not really worth much. So all you're really doing in these modes is just really trying to get the lock open, honestly. Here we see the RPG mode, which you can see a little bit in the room mode. There's those bright white flashing lights, and you're trying to hit them with a ball that's shot from the corner. Basically, your aim goes up and down. It just goes back and forward, up and down, and that's pretty much how it ends. You'll get the hurry up score if you manage to hit all the targets, but I've not seen anyone manage to do it yet. Ben not managing to get all of the RPG targets, but neither has anyone else tonight. But managing to get 1,000,000 points out of it, which isn't really bad, you know. Oh, nice judgment there, going from the right-hand flipper instead of the left. And up the... Alright, nice pass over there, coming down the left in lane. Dropping over, and it's going to go down the middle, but no, he keeps his cool and stays down the right-hand side. Nice tip up with the flipper. And he is keeping his cool and control. Going for that lock shot, it seems, but playing on the fly. To light the lock, you don't need to go that far up, but to actually get the lock shot, you need to go all the way in. This Flipout is held every year, but we hold monthly smaller tournaments at the same venue, just for fun. Coming out of the pulp bumpers here, dropping into the left. And this game really plays slow, and it's actually just not that treacherous. I've not managed to see many people make it up that center ramp shot. Yeah, our league plays here. Well, one of the leagues in Melbourne plays here every month. Just really can't be seeming to hitting up that center ramp. It almost seems like the flippers might not be strong enough. But then it goes up, lock 3. We have now got into multi-ball, and this is why I think this is just a multi-ball game. And it almost disappoints me a little bit, but I still quite like the look of it. But what's he on now? 6-7 million? By the end of 10 seconds, he's probably going to have, like, double that. It's just, the points on this are just worth so much more than anything else in the rest of the game. Plus, your security levels and your orbits, and they're all still lit.
It used to be a league. Could you explain that? It used to be a league, but it's now...
Oh, so the Melbourne Silverball League used to be a league. We're no longer a league because the venue kind of changed and all that. But,
How many do you want?
but we used to be a league. Currently, Melbourne Silverball is mostly just a club and a group and a streaming channel. But the league part of it might come back, might not. But it's the Bayside League that is the local one for this place, Bayside Pinball Club. We're getting down to the last 20 minutes of the tournament. It looks like we still have 6 people in line for Terminator 3, and that is not going to go through.
There you go, Ray. Thank you.
Nice, slow, methodical playing, but once again, that center ramp not being hit. Once again, not managing to get it up that center ramp. I don't know if I've seen anyone make it the whole evening. Kick out, which can be relit via the targets above the kick out. Right ramp, easily around. Left ramp, beautiful combo. As here, make it up the center. And you cannot. Hey, it made it around. That's the first time it's happened. Good stuff. I guess I'm not paying attention enough, but I'm seeing a lot of rollbacks from that center ramp. But at least the center ramp seems to give it nicely to the flippers, so it's not a big drama. Getting his lock 1 again. The locks are very easy on this machine, and I just think they're worth... Multi-ball is just worth so much here. Trying to get it up that center ramp again. That's the end of that ball. Bonus coming to 6 times 80. So the bonus was quite worthwhile there. If you look at his overall score, that was about, another 25% to it. After this game, however, I might move on from Terminator 3 because it might be the only thing left playing later. Trying to light up those multi-balls again. Got a second lock.
Daniel Johnson.
Going for those lock shots, it seems. Lock shot is the left-leaning center shot. Oh! It's again coming from that really awkward angle. Probably could have gotten it if he just made the different flipper decision, but it's alright. I think that was only the second ball. And we're at the third and final ball. With 10 to 15 minutes left of the qualifying, let's see if this game will even finish. I think a lot of people are stressing about this Terminator 3, about maybe not even be able to get their first qualifying game in on it in time. Part of the strategy is making sure you get all your games in which order you queue. And one more combo shot, not quite making it. Wasting time on those slings. Really wants to make one of these shots for this hurry up. Doesn't quite make it up the right orbit. And onto those slings again. And then Hail Mary didn't quite make it. I don't know. Payback time is lit though. And here we go. Every shot is worth 1 million. No real strategy to this other than hit everything that's lit. 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. Three of the 4 guns collected. Straight up that left ramp, worth 1 million points during payback time, which only has 5 seconds left, but Command Center 2 has been collected, which gives you more progressively valuable awards the further you go up those levels. And that is the end of this game. Alright. Well, that was Terminator 3. I think I'll be switching that game to maybe something with a bit of a shorter queue and a little bit more going on. We are back on Xenon here. I want to see a bit of variety in the game, so we're going to go back to a solid state from the... I don't remember when this game came out. Late 70s, early 80s. Oh, and there we go. That is what you're trying to avoid on this. This game plays a lot slower than the rest of them in the tournament that you might be useful. They're not the same as the modern solid states that we see. So, getting up that Xenon, hitting those drop targets nicely. I can't quite see if he's gotten them all down, but the drop targets are tied to the green targets off the top. Yes, it has slowly shifted, but we can still see the whole gameplay. And it stays in. Nearly going out of the right out lane. Getting those drop targets quite aggressively there, but not getting enough of the Xenon holes. Oh, nearly, and not trying to nudge it in. I guess he's just going to try and wait to see who gets it off the top of that. Nah, unfortunately not getting it into the Xenon hole, which is only really accessible through the pops and the spinner, and that is down the middle. That is the end of that game of Xenon. But we'll stay on for another game while I'll go check the camera.
See you, Wake, bro. Hey, Wax.
Not the best flip job, but we have to get through the rest of these people in the next 5 minutes, and I'm not going to be holding up the line. So on Xenon we have Wes. Wes is going straight for the ramp. Let's see what strategy's going. Ramp only worth 5,000 at the start of the ball, but will quickly increase in time. The next one's going to be worth double at 10,000, then 15,000, and I think it goes up in 5s from there. Getting those beautiful drop targets, all of them down. Oh, not quite, and it's nearly out. Was that a tilt? It was not. Nice aggressive play, but keeping it nice and tasteful. If it doesn't tilt, it's not illegal. Well, that's not true. There's illegal moves, but that wasn't. Hoping to get off the top bumper into the Xenon hole, and there it is. Got to do that at least one more time to light lock. With wanting to hit down those bumper targets. Yes, unfortunately I don't really have the time to fix it because we are trying to get through the last few players. And none of those rollover targets, the one rollover target up there that would have been lit, not working. Oh, and beautiful tilt, but that is a little bit too much perhaps. Will it count out the bonus? It will not. So that was tilted. No bonus there. Into the Xenon hole though it goes, and we're not yet lit for lock. Going for those stand-up targets, which will give you your bonus multiplier and your extra ball, which is in play.
Are you in?
Oh, hi, my name's David. I like to do commentary. Thanks, Robo Loco. Ooh, cool name. Alright, right up the ramp here. What's this ramp worth? It's really starting to build in that value. Up 5 grand every time. But I am not good enough at maths to work it out. Oh, and that was a really, really slow drain. And right down that side. You've got small flippers on this machine. This is down to the last ball, unless he gets an extra ball. Which is very likely, because the extra ball on this game is only doing the right stand-up targets 3 or 4 times, I believe. Going up through the spinner. I think he's trying to get to the Xenon skip. Oh, and out of the spinner. Draining really harshly. Right down the middle. Oh, such a shame. Thank you, Roboclo. I will be here again tomorrow, actually putting more effort in, and hopefully commenting the A divisions, which will be so exciting. Get some head-to-head action off the top 16 players in Melbourne. It should be brilliant. However, because of the camera, I think it's time we switch back to a personal favorite of mine. Here we are back on Attack from Mars Remake, which has really been giving us some of the more exciting action today. All the different strategies being employed, and an amazing game from our very own Martin, who is the Melbourne Silverball streamer that usually streams from his house every Wednesday and Sunday, I believe. Thank you for... I mean, I can't believe how many people have been watching this over the day. I've been going at this for a few hours, and people seem to enjoy what I've been doing, and thanks for joining me. Let me know in the comments if you have a preferred strategy on Attack from Mars. But right now, we're just going to watch. I think it's Lindsay. I think it says Lindsay. Lindsay. I don't know if that is correct or if that's actually this person's name, but that's what I'm being told. Oh, the mic here is pretty good. I don't know what the mic sounds like. That might be better. I don't know if the mic was maybe bumped. Sorry, it might have been bumped. My mistake. If it was clipping, one of the settings got changed earlier. I think it might have been accidentally changed back. It might have been fixed now. Let me know, please. Thank you. I can't fix things if I don't know their problems. So let's get looking at this game. Well, if it's loud, turn it down. If it's clipping, I need to fix it. They're two different things. It will clip when I get excited though. But right here we're in ball 2, and it's looking like a very quick ball 2 to ball 3. Attack from Mars. Up next we've got Steve. We're hoping for a nice couple quick games here and get maybe a couple more people in. Nice controlled bounces off the top there, just letting the see where the balls fall. You don't necessarily need to try and always control it. You can kind of just wait and see what's going to happen. Of course, you can't wait too long because it might be too late by the time you react. But like that, just letting the ball fall, come off the flipper, let it see what happens. As long as it's got enough momentum, it's safe. Oh, nice judgment there, not going for the right flipper as many people attempted to when it coming down at that 30-degree angle. Feels good, man. Feels good. You want to make sure you can hear my voice in the highest fidelity possible. Sorry. I can't say that without laughing. Although this is, once again, it really shows there's always a lot of pinball in it. Ball 3, he's climbed from 200 million up to nearly 800 million. Safe 800 million with bonus. And London Bridge. Let's... second saucer open, won't be too hard. Getting a nice 3 times damage there. That's going to pop him up to 1 billion very quickly. There's always a lot of pinball in it. No. Rokabolko, you say that, but some people have been getting some massive strategy scores out of that. Getting that first one down really early is important. However, this is on ball 3, so it might not have been the best idea. This game playing a bit slower, a bit more reserved than some other players. Not really trying to control the ball as much as he's just kind of very good at responding at where the ball is going. See? Just kind of made that switch very, very easily. Nice little tap there, bring it up to the left out lane, getting that fire lit in the in lane.
It's going to be 8:30.
Now, of course, as I've been saying all night, but I will say to those just joining us, this is in tournament mode, so Scoop of Luck, which can give you video mode, hold bonus, +1 smash and bomb. All of that is disabled and will only ever give you 50 million points. Meaning that some things in this game are now inaccessible, but in tournament mode, it makes it work very well. It makes the game fair, easy for everyone. Well, Saucer is... It's a weird... I wouldn't say it's exponential, but the Saucer presents more and more points the more you go. Actually, it's a little bit exponential, but not out of control. And once again, this third ball really showing that there's a lot of pinball left. You don't need all the balls to get a high score. And he's, on his last ball, gotten into the multi-ball. He's already well above the average. So we've got Lindsay playing here well above the average on his third ball from only 200 million at the start. I think it's not actually a DMD, but it is a color. I think it's a color LCD screen that's made to look DMD, but I'll have to take a closer look for you. That there is the third saucer, I believe, destroyed for 400 million points, pushing him well up into the 3 billion range. Getting the jackpot there on his last, on the last drain of the board, just managed getting it in time. DMD stands for a dot matrix display. And while a lot of these animations were originally seen on a dot matrix display, I'd be very surprised if they were made with a dot matrix display. So putting them onto this new high resolution screen probably wasn't too difficult. Now this is the last game of the evening. That is it. We have now got a cutoff time. What's happening?
That's it.
No more games are to start after this, so this is our last look at Attack from Mars for the evening. Let's see how many sources he can bring down, which people in the comments have been saying risky strategy, but his other strategy wasn't working for him in the first 2 balls. Going for the risky strategy on the 3rd ball and absolutely nailing it with this. So the risky strategy here, that's what pinball is. It's risk reward, and this guy has risked and he has been rewarded. Look at that. That is a beautiful shot, keeping it all in control. And he has got a phenomenal score from what was really starting to look to be a bit of a flop of a game. 50 million once again from the scoop. And lighting that lock shot again with the shot on the fly. Very difficult, but managed to make it. Just amazing, like almost nerves to not tilt or wibble them. Oh, I couldn't even. So let's recap on what just happened there. Beautiful slap save. It looked like it was underneath the fucking flippers. Shoots it up the right ramp during the save, and then it falls back down straight through the middle. That was unfortunate. But that's all we have for the Attack from Mars for the night. Let's switch over to another game that's still playing and see what's happening over on Terminator 2. So I mean Terminator 3. Right, we are now on Terminator 3 and we've got Stu on it. Stu's been helped up. I think we're cursing him by immediately getting him to drain as soon as we switch the stream to him. But Stu is the last person to play on the coveted Terminator 3. Earlier in the day, not many people were playing it. It almost had no queue at all, often having no queue. Unfortunately now everyone, because no one played it earlier, everyone had a mad dash to queue up and try and play it. Not everyone made it through, and no more games can be started after 7:45 as per the rules. So all qualifying games are now over. We cannot start any more qualifying games. Meaning that Attack from Mars has been switched off, and that Darden has been switched off. So we can now get a really good look at Stu here, battling this machine. Look at him play. 8 foot tall. I don't know how tall he actually is, but he seems 8 foot. And easily getting that super jackpot, saving that multi-ball with a nice slap save, getting that 5 million. Very nice. Probably wanting to aim it up again, trying to get another super jackpot. Going around the loop, but not quite where he's aiming. I think he's going for those flashing ramps, and you can combo them nicely. Ramp 1. Still got a few flashing shots left to hit. Jackpot lit on the right ramp. Oh, nearly losing his ball by bouncing his other ball. But possibly could have saved it. This is... losing that ball, but he's still got one more ball in play. From the right out lane. Brutally. Nice slap save there. And bringing it nicely around into the top right. Now here you'll get a nice view of the RPG from the top camera. What it's doing is just aiming up and down, and you just want to hit all those white arrows that you can see on the top of the screen, just above Stacy's head. You can hit them all, I guess you get the hurry up. I've never seen it done. There we go. Beautiful work, Stu. Last game of the evening, and he shows us how to do it. No one on the stream has managed to get the RPG hurry up all night. There it is. Somebody call the... who's stealing the show? I don't know. What's going on? Alright. Stu feeling a little bit of patience, even though he's got to hurry up. And the hurry up misses it. But he's lit his lock again. It's still there for 3 million if he can just manage to hook it around there. Not managing to make that shot. And it's straight down the middle. And that is the end of that game, I believe. That is the second last person to finish in the qualifying. However, I eat my own words. Stu has got one more ball. No, they were activated. You could definitely. There's definitely flashing white arrows on the RPG. That wasn't changed as far as I'm aware. Ooh. Hello all the new viewers. If you're just joining us, this is Flipout 2018's qualifying for the finals, which will be held tomorrow. Stu is blowing it up. Stu is a local favorite, and we've got the Terminator 2 reskinned video mode. Shooting that lovely. Stu knows what he's doing, although he missed it, nearly. Gets it in just in time. It seems like this one is slightly harder than the Terminator 2 video mode, but he collected a gun, and that's worth something in this game apparently.
You can.
Stu getting the ball back into play here. Really blowing up this machine. He's had all day to watch it as a tournament director, but not much time to really breathe from all the people playing. Kickback is currently lit, which is essentially an extra ball on this machine because you are going to lose it down there a lot. His lock lit. It looks like he's going for the lock again. No, it seems that he is trying to do something else. Maybe going for the left orbit awards. Yep, that seems to be what he's doing. He's going for the Command Center awards. Command Center 5. Extra ball awarded, but instead he's going to get 10 million. Stu's gone. Stu is the last man standing, keeping this tournament alive. Once he finishes, the tournament is over for the day, and then we move on to a flip frenzy, which would not be streamed. And there we go. We have a power drain out the right out lane. Ender ball bonus is going to be all right. Let's see what it comes to. Only a times 2, so 3.5 million. And that is a score to be happy about, especially on this machine. Getting any game in on this machine, you know, pretty happy about that. Well, that's the end of the tournament for the day. So what we'll do is just put it on the main room view, and we'll just leave you with who ranked what. And here we have the standings.
Sure. What's your name?
What is this, a standings list for ants? Stu has made it into the top 8. So we have, by the looks of it so far, so by the looks of it so far, we have winners of Richard Rhodes, Ryan Kaz, Simon Peel, Chris Wade, Tim Chapman, Nigel Gripstra, Marcus, Shannon, Greg, Michael, Andrew Ferguson, Brian, Eric, John, Stacey Borg, and Luke Hamburg just edging in there for the A Finals cutoff. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It has been an absolute pleasure talking with you all for the most part. Join us tomorrow when we will be streaming the finals after midday of the A Division. We'll be on all the machines you've seen today, but we'll be very specifically having some really intense games, head to head. Let's see this happen. Have a good night, everyone.
These are all the names, right? Yeah, okay. But these people might not be here. You might